Good evening, ladies and jelly beans. How are we all doing today? Right. Let me just switch scenes and then we're ready to kick off today. How we doing, guys? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hello, Mr. Frankenart. Welcome, Mr. Frankenart. How you doing, buddy? So, jumping into Prime Battalion for Silica Sunday, Mr. Holbs. Hello, sir. Fellow RuneScaper and Mr. Max Boy himself. How you doing, mate? We're going to be jumping into the Prime Battalion server. I have dropped Drama a message, but he may not be on because of circumstances at home. So we'll see what he says. But for now, we will carry on as normal. Hello, Mr. Necht. Hello, hello, hello. We're going to be jumping into Prime Battalion. We're going to get Silica Sunday on the way. Mr. Lucker. How you doing, buddy? How is everybody doing this fine Sunday? Hope everyone's having a blast today. So I left some feedback from Friday stream. How you doing, Guisape? How you doing, mate? Oh, we're on Badlands. And Soul is dead. And Soul is dead. Wait, it just put me on.
Anyways, what's up, boys? Just made a server crash from what do you call it, being alien leader real quick. That was fun.
Huh?
Wait,
yeah, I accidentally crashed the server because I was playing the alien commander and I accidentally, or not accidentally, but I spawned units. And then when you move like over 50, or not 50, over 100 big alien units, the server kind of shits itself. Memory leaks begin.
Yeah.
We ambush those big tanks out in the open.
you did not sleep for a long time tonight.
10,000 resource reward if you kill the
So
Great
I'm
Worm.
going to be playing Alien to start with, and we'll start with the human factions after this map. Is this? Give me a sec.
It depends on what.
It's so goddamn
It's
loud.
also a random number a little bit.
There we go. So is the
What time of the game
is this the first round, or is it the second round? Neck, do you know?
Anyways, Commander, how many shrimp we got? 105.
I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm just a crab. I am just a crab. Let's go this way. Anything flying? Anything flying? And any flyers?
Hang on, why aren't they?
Any flyers? Flyers?
Real quick and then,
Any? Who's command actually? Hold on. So we have got a commander. I'm not even gonna bother.
And also it does
And Thag.
replace the resource node.
How you doing, Vadan? How you doing?
The resource deposit thing too close to the resource node.
First round.
Yeah, that's when you're like, really on it.
Yeah, that's
play
when
them
the
quite
AI
close.
can't figure shit anymore.
I mean, we could wait for the colo, I suppose. Oh, we'll wait for the colo. We'll wait for the colo.
I'm sorry, Marks, I didn't mean to kill you, sorry. Straight worm.
Did you guys want to change map after this round, or did you guys want to play the second round out? That's the real question.
The Great Worm AI, so that it has a quick attack.
I just heard an Italian.
I'm sorry, A, B, C.
What, in the all chat or just here? Oh, it's here.
Postal Patriot. Okay, I'm just gonna stop trying to kill the Great Worm because I'm getting too many already.
Wait, you just type it like normal? Oh, okay. Enemy base found. So what are we on? Oh, we're on the last map, so we'll be heading over to Whispering Plains. Okay. Fair, fair, fair. Naraka time? Whispering time, Mr. Lucker.
You have something.
Still have Behe, Rubu. Try to swap into Behe if you need to shoot down that plane.
Or we can RTV and pick roam maps.
Go review, kill it.
Yes, ponies, come help me.
Great worm almost down.
Yes, yes. We are
Yeah.
Got that.
the flying testable of death.
That downward Lord Gunner is in flank into that bottom right
We have
corner.
Colossus like him.
Oh, are you doing the Colossus rush?
Rush? Okay. 15
Yeah,
minutes in game.
pull the shit down the Colossus and just begin to rush their base.
15 minutes in game. Okay, let's rush.
Well, they can't hear us.
Got to recharge my doorbell.
1.5k.
Just almost 5k.
Prep. Nah.
Alright, we got there.
Oh,
Good job.
We got you, bro.
Got it.
Oh, Lycan's got the fucking Colossus. Good shit.
The sneaky run.
The enemy approaches.
Blasted him. Another crimson tank.
just started
I
blasting.
kinda wanna join the fun, but the more busy I am, the more busy they command is.
Just keep up the
Right, let's do this. Let's do this.
American units, we'll use them.
BDO.
Yeah, just
I'm doing
try
two
it.
things at once here, guys, so just bear with me.
Actually, the commander has to do. Note to the
I
enemy.
also
that's
do
what
the
I don't
stream,
mind.
by the way.
The enemy
The
approaches.
server FPS is so horrible, my kind is running like different directions.
Right now,
Good now,
it's
just hit a weird lag spike there, but
Oh, I'm in all chat. I was so confused now.
running as bad as
It's okay, yeah.
Right. What do we hit first?
noise in this fucking combat vision. It's hard to even talk.
Forager under attack.
What do we hit first? Now, we could go straight. It's quite a cross though. It is quite a cross, but we may be able to get the old tech snipe. Maybe.
Care if the game looked like a potato.
But it doesn't necessarily depend on the
Enemy base found.
server machine too.
Hey, they've got air. That proves a problem.
Fuck, I did. Yeah, I can get down there in that bottom right corner and bust it.
Reminds me, kinda we need more Galathis maybe, right?
Colossi.
Yeah, maybe. If try to get a spawner up here.
Colossus.
Spam Colossus win game.
No, actually, yeah, really just more Colossuses. Colossuses and Defilers.
Yeah,
He's
just Colossus, as you said. Them
Spamming
Colossus
Colossus
win game,
then.
yeah.
Can't wait for the AI. Can't wait for the AI to be able to unescort. Massive thunder.
There's a flak truck. And
Just
some players
huge thunder.
To
spawning there
note,
to kill me.
close to me, like close to the front line.
Coming with you, like in Defiler to try to protect you. We got more firebugs out. Use the train and try to ambush.
Like flying insects, wasps, or dragonfly. They have a freighter.
Got it.
What my biggest ones for AI? My biggest ones for AI.
I'm lost here.
Transport vehicles air needs to be able to fly properly.
Depending on the tech tier, you could you would.
I feel like air needs to be able to fly properly. If air doesn't fly properly, then
Bad idea. You just have your chance getting killed for free.
Coming like I'm trying to get there fast as I can.
The headquarters is about that. The funny thing that was a thing actually.
Yeah, and then you could eventually spawn as a dragonfly, which made traversing the map much easier.
It's the
Is
same
that-
way
is that
as
no longer-
natural selection too, actually.
Yep.
The game Natural Selection 2, the server went down 2 years ago.
Fresh, could you hit this headquarters? It's like 10%. Almost killed it.
Okay.
But,
How do you activate prox chat again? I forgot. Thank you.
November.
Toggle, you gotta toggle it back.
Enemy base found.
Could we get a couple more greater spawning assists and get some more firebugging?
I'm popping firebox here and here.
Yeah, it's just you're
You gotta
popping
look
it
at the
out
map.
once.
It's literally
It's taking a while.
boom, murder.
And try to get a Colossus with the freighter.
it's much harder to get when you're at the surface ceiling. Have to drop it on you, and I don't know if they can. They have to try and lock.
This dude is flying around, but all you see is just fake bases.
YCH, kill the Templar, shoot him in the ass if you can.
Oh, I probably
By
can.
what?
I have.
It was a wasp. Sorry,
We
not a
have one
dragonfly
around.
that you'd spawn in as. It was a wasp.
Literally, I'm half HP, well, under half HP from a single 2 Templars. Sorry, Crab, it needs to go. I missed it. Fuck.
The enemy approaches.
I have
Enemy
like
base
couple
found.
dozens
We need the
of,
rocket
like,
turret, by the way.
spawns.
Nice. Kill the Templars! They're gonna murder me! Too late, I'm dead.
Enemy base found.
Too late, I died. All of these guys,
Wait, he's found.
they're like the best to deal with Templars.
I was confused.
Wildlife maybe.
Where is there a dragonfly?
I did a little bit of damage to it, like in.
Need way more colossi.
How you doing, Lucka? Yeah, so biggest for AI improvement. So I want the...
As soon as possible.
Oh, give me a sec.
Juice Colossal will be on the way to the front base.
Hello, Mr. Dram.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
How is it going?
Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. Just tried to kill Centauri's research facility with the Colo, but got shredded by Templar. Just annihilated instantly. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, that makes sense. It is a classical. Hello, everyone. Just in case I'm not sure how audible I was, but hello, everyone.
You was?
I hope you are all having a wonderful evening. I will not be joining the games this evening only because I need to finish the globe thingo for Mr. Scrooty, because he's working on the campaign, so I need to finish that for him, so he can start working on the campaign while I continue on the AI. So my biggest wish for AI is strategy AI, so single player co-op will be more fun. Yeah, it's the 3 levels of AI basically, right? Well, technically 4, right? You got the lowest level, which is the controller. That's what actually, like, you know, just input and it rotates. It's the same for the player though. But there's an AI layer in that, which is, you know, okay, if I've got the target over there, I need to rotate in that direction, etc., etc. Then you've got the kind of like a unit layer, right? The unit level AI, which is what the unit wants to be doing relative to a given situation. So if it's, for example, for infantry, if they're under fire, they'll want to try and take cover if possible, unless they have an advantage, of course, or they're being told to push. Then you have the group AI, right? So that's basically just one level higher. That's like, if there's a group of infantry, then, you know, they'll kind of try and disperse to be a bit more effective at eliminating the enemy. And then you have the highest level, of course, being the commander AI. And that's, of course, you know, like handling tasks like, you know, the exploration and eliminating the enemy base and all that kind of stuff. That's the most complex one, to a degree. Yeah, it is, basically, yeah. So I have a kitten. Oh, fuck it. But I've got a kitten on my lap.
Got a meow on your lap?
Yes, a meow.
A meow.
Oh,
Speaking of my meows, I haven't seen them all evening. They've been sleeping. they've been lacking.
Campaign, awesome. Yeah, Jack Eel. Basically, there'll be a full campaign. You'll be able to play it for all 3 sides. There are story elements in it, but it's not story driven. So don't expect like a, you know, I don't know, Call of Duty style campaign where you're like got things like in FPS and stuff, right? It's think more along the lines of, I don't know, Tiberian Sun or something like this, you know, RTS style, you know, RTS oriented. But of course, you'll still be able to play it in FPS as well. But yeah, you'll be like have a map of the globe and moving along, capturing the planet essentially, right? That's the target. And that will be available for you guys for release. The only reason I don't want to make it available earlier than that is because I think it would just spoil it. It would be a bit of a pity to release it a bit earlier. You know, and it's a good reason to hop back in on 1.0. And so we all get to experience it at the same time. Congrats on the main release, by the way. Very nice update. Thank you, Octa Cryon, man. It was a tough update, I have to say, but at the same time, I think the result is really good. There's plenty of improvements to you know, to do, of course, but you know, the people are enjoying it, which is great. Will we get video sequences in the campaign? This would be so cool. Yes. Except, of course, we have to keep it within the realm of like what we can realistically achieve in a given time for 3 sides, right? That's really important to say. So don't expect Tempest Rising cutscenes, though I would love that. That's not what we would be able to do in terms of the scope. You know, we want to focus more because I want to focus more on improving the AI and the units and all this kind of stuff. Yeah, and Michael will be doing the missions, and you know, we are a small team. There's still plenty of other stuff that needs to be finished and improved. So the target primarily is going to be simple cutscenes, but cutscenes nonetheless. So there will be exposition, but we've got this like I think a pretty good approach to how to handle the video cuts, like the cutscenes, the interaction between characters, because like having 3D characters is just unfortunately beyond what we can achieve. We had to look into it, but it will just take way too much time for us at the moment. And having like another alternative we were thinking about was like live recording, but it's been a problem trying to find actors, especially for the timeline. And we came up with like a third solution, which I think is pretty good. And we'll see how that kind of turns out. So that one will be so there will be exposition, of course, like story. But of course, it won't be front and center. It is going to be a conquest-oriented campaign. Is the campaign going to be co-op? So, Mr. Frankenhart, I would absolutely love it to be co-op, but I do not want to promise because it's. I am honestly not sure how feasible it's going to be. I mean, one thing is like the UI. That's a relatively simple one to handle, right? If it can be co-op, like in terms of from the perspective of simplicity, if it's easy to do co-op, I would like to do it co-op. But otherwise, the priority is to deliver the campaign single player. Co-op is secondary. It's optional.
AFK Dragonfly here. Nice.
I will be back in a sec. My child is yelling.
No worries, mate.
I'll be right back.
No worries.
I will bring some
Enemy approaches.
Marco, go down there where Fresh is and try to bust up in there. He's got 1 HQ.
That was not planned like 5 minutes ago.
Let's go.
Give it 10 minutes and then I'm there.
The enemy approaches.
You want some cheesy, corny, video acting, live action acting for like prior cutscenes. There's only one place to escape capitalism. Spies.
Do we need defilers? Or Colossi?
Sorry about that. Son was calling me because he's like, Dad, can you turn off the because we put up the Christmas stuff, and he wanted like a little Christmas light in his room, so he had it on, and he's like, Dad, turn it off. So I turned it off.
I don't want lights.
Yeah. Alrighty, so what did I miss? I just love the old Command Conquer video stuff, even if it would be AI generated just for the flair. Yeah, I get you, Mr. Connect, but like I just can't bring myself to the AI generated shit, man. I just can't. It's just I'm really bothered with like the source of the information that they're using, right? Ultimately, it's just regurgitating shit that already exists, essentially. Just mixing it together in different ways, and it's just I don't know. I just can't bring myself to do it. For the campaign, while in the RTS style, is the Commander AI planned to be good enough that the player would be able to complete missions only in FPS mode? Yes, that is the target. Basically the aim is so that the AI is good enough so that if you play in like a skirmish, for example, that it actually gives you a challenge depending on the setting you put, right? I want to put in also like AI difficulty, and I also want to do a little bit of randomization. So sometimes you'll get a commander like AI commander, which is a bit more turtle oriented, so he's trying to be more defensive, whereas sometimes you might get one which is more aggressive, yeah, and so the whole idea is like it should be enough, and I want to do this so that if you hop into FPS mode, the commander should just be able to take over, and But the reality is the player will always be better than the AI, right? In terms of like individual units, because it's a player, right? So if you take that rail tank and you start like doing long range snipes, yeah, you'll get attacked, but kind of as a human how to react to that. So we'll see. Like I think for release, I think the AI will be definitely good enough. Like it will be significantly better than it is now. But I'm hoping for like long term, like if the game takes off, and I would like to spend more time to like further improve the AI and make it like truly challenging, like really fearsome. But even within the scope of the AI, I want to use heat maps so that if the AI is constantly getting killed somewhere, it'll avoid those locations, right? For a time, of course. Does the child still live? Yeah, of course he lives. Dram, in this AI update, are command controls being updated as well? Say, setting up patrols or queuing movement orders. Yes, queuing movement orders is planned. It's actually relatively simple. I mean, there's a lot of stuff which I regret not having done earlier. I prioritize other shit, and quite frankly, it's just that kind of thing where it's like, you know it's simple, so you leave it till later because you want to do the hard stuff first. And so you just have this block of easy stuff which you can do, which you just keep pushing back, and then it gets pushed back a fucking year, and you're like, oh god, why didn't I just do that first? Because it would have made such a difference. So after most likely after Christmas, I'll be diving into more of these like easy things that can be pushed.
Like a horn.
Such as queuing movement orders. No, not a horn, for fuck's sake. You and your horn. I will admit it would be pretty funny.
And a foghorn.
Yeah, but I'd have to make meeps for like all the vehicles. There's 42 vehicles, man.
That's alright. You could just go up and down the well, what's the word for it? Where you
pitch?
make the pitch and go like meet me, and then the next one you go mer mer, and the next one all the way up to mom.
Yeah. AI generated videos look cheap. Yeah. I mean, and ultimately you can just kind of tell, you know. It just AI generated videos just not a fan. I mean, there's stuff which is like, I think it has a use case, and although I'm not a fan of it myself, but you know, for example, the Italian brain rot stuff, it's so stupid, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, I mean, it doesn't harm anyone. It's just a little funny thing, right? And that's like, yeah, whatever, sure, generate that shit. The new Coke ad looks so bad. I haven't seen it, luckily. Thank fuck for me. There's a lot of pushback from community when it comes to AI, art, video, and gaming. I think it's a good idea to not take part in that. Yeah, exactly. I mean, the thing is, Jackie, when Silica first came out, I had used Mid-Journey, like the original version 1, to generate the images for the original intro video. It was like a 4-minute exposition video. I'd like to return that, by the way, at some point. Not the AI version, right? But you know, at that time there was no video generation. It was just like really basic like image generation, and it was pretty decent, right? And it was the kind of thing where it first came out, you're like, oh, that's so epic, you know, because you don't know where the data came from. And then you start to find out that they just scrape the internet and basically, you know, without permission and everything, you're like, oh shit, well that's pretty fucking dodgy. And yeah, I just removed it from the game because I was like, nah, not gonna have that shit. Like, I don't want to support that shit, you know. You know, I mean, you're in that position where AI is not gonna go away, right? I don't think it's going to be as central to everyone's lives as it is now, simply because of the power requirements. But I do think it will still play some role for like general things. You know, like in the past, people used to look into books to find answers. Then you had the internet, and you could kind of like start searching on various, like, you know, I remember looking into Encyclopedia Britannica, you know, online. That was a big thing at the time. That's where you get a lot of information. And then, of course, came Google, and I mean, now mostly people just look at it, like look for stuff on Google, right? Blah 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 blah, and you got auto completion and whatnot. And now you've got AI. So I mean, that kind of stuff is, you know, logical, and that will never really go away. Though it is good to keep your mind sharp and try to, like, you know, find information yourself rather than just relying on just asking. Because anyway, but that's fucking, it's a completely different conversation. But yeah, I don't want to take part in that. Like, it's just not practical. Sorry, not practical. It's not moral, in my opinion. Or like the crabber pulled. Right. The crabber pull is not an easy one, by the way. I really want to start the server. This match is going on forever. Server needs to restart. Shit. Poor Cornholio. Oh, there you go, Cornholio. It just ended. Just restart the server, man. Great choice. Thank you for the context and explanation. No worries, man. No worries. My pleasure.
Oh, my cat turned up. He snuck in.
Speak of the devil, and the devil comes.
Oh, you can just see him. Just see him, but he's blending in. He's been removed by NVIDIA Broadcast, but he's there.
Yeah, you're just patting me, like.
Only 200 shrimps, guys. Come
Just
on.
patting me
it's-
there.
As good as a command.
Yeah, it just kind of pops up for a sec.
We'll get a crab, put it where my hand is, and I'll pat the crab.
We had 200 shrimps. I built 200 shrimps.
Alrighty. Who designed the Centauri units? The heavy tank is so cool. That is a very good question. So basically, the way, like, I had a certain, a specific, like, image in my mind, like, of what I wanted the Centauri units to look like kind of like heavy, more modern day tanks to a degree, slash more towards World War II, simply because I like the kind of like the blocky, heavy look, right? And a lot of the, like, most of the models are bought, like the models themselves. Then of course you have to adjust the coloring, adjust like elements on them, because a lot of times it's just, you know, make the LODs and everything, actually make the functionality, etc, etc, etc. So that's basically where the models came from. So most of them are from third parties, but like the models themselves, you of course still have to write the functionality, the sound, and everything. And you know, a lot of times, I mean, on some of them, like the mouse is of course, like the mouse, the Crimson tank of course comes from a mouse, and a mouse is single barrel, so I went and made it into a double barrel, etc, 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 right? So it's mainly just like, this was like a reasonable way of approaching it, because otherwise doing 21 units is just, I mean, I have to have an entire graphics department, you know, it's just not feasible at all, you know. So that's the way a lot of things are handled. And then there are other things, like just to give you context, the Soul Harvester, that is made from scratch by Bliatman and Springbok. It's Bliat's design, and then Springbok of course did a lot of the technical stuff. That thing took 3 months to do. Yeah. So I mean, if you can imagine that, you know, a vehicle like that taking 3 months, you can't make 21 units like that, you know, unless you've got a massive budget. Ballooned Abrams. yeah, it does look like a bit of a blocky Abrams. It looks like it's short and fat, you know. Yeah. Centauri looks orc themed. I mean, the kind of theme I wanted for the Centauri is a mix between Russian, right, or Soviet specifically, and Harkonnen. You know, not from Harkonnen, like not the latest Dune movies, but Harkonnen from Dune 2. The way they were visualized was exactly I just love that shit. They're very brutalistic. Yeah, the Soul Harvester is indeed incredible. They did a fantastic job. Soul Harvester should not be able to land. A lot of players are landing them and leaving them there. I don't know if intentional. It should be able to, like, if you go under the vehicle and you use the elevator, what will happen is they'll land, and so you can get in. You get inside, and it just continues on. It should continue on by itself, right? Oh, that's a good point, actually. It's possible that if you make it land, then it may not continue. Does it not continue by itself? Because I recall it should. It doesn't. Well, fuck. Okay, that's good to know. I'll write that down. Because obviously it should continue on afterwards, right? As soon as you get inside, it's just like, get up and off it goes, right? It depends where, though. If we're talking about like sandbox or something like that, then yeah, I mean, it doesn't have like exactly a target route. But if it's in, like, you know, a strategy match, well, you know, I'll make sure to adjust it so that if it has an assigned like resource area to harvest, then it'll automatically get back up and continue.
What we getting? Nothing. Oh. $3,000 for 300 bonus resource. Not 3,000. I'm chatting shit.
What the fuck was that?
Random crate.
What? I need a bit of context.
You know, like in Command and Conquer, where you'd go around the map and you could like maybe pull an MCV or something.
Oh, these things. Yeah. So I guess that's a mod in that's epic. I need to do that as well, like proper in the game.
Little pop-up crates.
Dramabam like Kornokun. Troll crates. And hey, Mr. Cornholier, man. Soul Harvester is a bit tricky to get into the elevator. If you try to jump on the elevator on the railing side, you'll bounce back. Yeah, it's fucking annoying, that, Mr. Connector. You're right. I need to find out why it does that and fix it. Is there a list of console commands for strategy? I'd like to be able to end a match when playing with a friend without restarting my server. Oh yeah, just open the console and type in end round. As long as you're the host or one of the admins, you can do it without cheats enabled. And if you want to know the console commands, you type, I think, help, and it just vomits an entire list of all console commands into the console.
Oh, I got a question, Dram.
Yo.
When are we going to be able to have players command in sandbox mode?
Oh, like the RTS commanders. That is exactly what what's his name, Carmock is working on right now.
Sweet.
So ideally the next update, but we'll see. You know,
I've got some big plans. Big plans.
Oh yeah, I mean, oh shit! If you saw what Carmock did, I'm not sure. I think he did a little presentation on it at some point. But there's an entire flow graph. It is really nice. Like, you do, like, let's say you start off a sandbox thing and you start spawning shit here and there and whatnot. It records those actions, and then you can just like play that back. So you can make a mission like that, for example. It's really nicely done. Except it's not entirely like user friendly at the moment, which is like as in like the visualization of it. So that's one thing he's like been working on. And for like the release of 1.0, the like sandbox is critical to it. The editor to make missions is not so critical for 1.0, right? 1.0 specifically.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I'd definitely like to have it in, but you know, the most important thing to deliver is campaign, AI, RTS quality of life, and sandbox. That's the primary things to make available. I like to finish for 1.0.
Yeah. And how was
okay, sweet, thanks. I brought some new players to Silica and shown them around. Oh, thank you, Jack Hill. I hope they're enjoying it.
How is mod support looking like for 1.0?
Unfortunately, I think it's kind of like at a standstill at the moment because the person that was like the person that was doing it is kind of like not available, shall we say, at the moment. So yeah, like he had some like personal stuff to deal with, so it's a bit of a standstill. So it probably won't happen for 1.0, like proper mod support, and by mod support I mean like proper mod support, like adding vehicles, adding you know, locations and all this kind of stuff. But if the game takes off reasonably, I would definitely like to expand the editor to be able to make your own maps. You know, allow the addition of vehicles, sounds, and therefore allow even total conversions. Like for me, the target is, as it was with Take on Mars, is to allow total conversions in the game. Now, total conversion, I think a lot of people aren't familiar with it in today's day and age, but a total conversion is basically converting the game into something completely different. So, for example, you get the kind of the standard obligatory Star Wars mod, right? That's a total conversion where you change the game entirely to be Star Wars, for example, right? And it's perfectly possible with this. I mean, actually, it would be really fucking easy because it's got like everything Silica has is stuff you have for what's it called? You know, stuff you have in Star Wars. So it wouldn't be hard at all. Apart from lightsabers and reflecting shots, that actually wouldn't be that problematic either. Yeah, that wouldn't be that problematic either. Yeah, because if you want to deflect shots, you just have a certain collider where it just bounces back. Yeah, it would work. Okay, sweet, thanks. I brought in some new players and... Oh yeah, I read that. Dram, is the idea of drones flying from harvesters to refineries and back scrapped? It's not scrapped at the moment, but it's probably not going to happen for 1.0, just given like the stuff that we have to prioritize. There is a lot that needs to still be finished, and that thing is one of the more like nice to haves. So the likelihood is very low, though I would really love to have it there. It's mainly because it's more complex in what it needs to actually do. But it's not scrapped, definitely not. It's just, it might come like after 1.0. They absolutely have been enjoying it. It's been unanimous that this game is incredible and we hope it takes off. Thank you, man. Well, please pass on my thanks. And yeah, that's good to hear. I mean, I'm hoping it takes off because, you know, I just would love to continue improving it until it's, you know, nice and polished and perfect. It's, in today's in today's gaming market, it is very difficult to get traction on a game, and then be able to keep that traction. It really is difficult, you know, because there's just so many games available, and so you jump from one to the other. It was much easier in the past, well, easier in one hand. On the other hand, it was more difficult to actually make a game, of course. Yeah. Well, I mean, it still is just as difficult to make a game, a quality game. It's just today the tools allow for a lot, but you still need to write a fuck ton. If you use a lot of third-party solutions, I mean, I have absolutely minimized the use of third-party solutions in Silica because a lot of them just, yeah, because they have to be universal, they do things in very unoptimized ways, and it just tortures me as a programmer. So yeah, so it just wasn't usable. Like, for the scale of what Silica has, it's not usable. Like, many things. I tried an FPS, I thought, okay, maybe I could make my life easier by just putting in an FPS controller, right? A third-party FPS controller with projectiles. Jesus fucking Christ, they were spawned as individual game objects. They created like each bullet, right? Which is fine, but they weren't reused. They weren't pooled. They also, it was just basic. It didn't have like ricochet and all this kind of stuff. Plus, it the way it handled. Basically, I don't want to be critical of it, but it just was not made for scale. You know, it just was not made for scale. Let's just say. And the particle effects themselves, a standard impact in Silica, like the ones we can see on Lycan's screen right now, apart from him getting absolutely slapped by the. Oh what? No way, he just killed it. Nice. I'm seeing the thing with a bit of a delay. But you know, the standard particle effects of impacts or any shooting, there's 4 particles, 5 particles, sometimes 10, 15, 20. Yeah, the particles I was looking at, they were 2,000 individual particles. Just to clarify, that in Unity, those things are running on the CPU, which means even more CPU drain. Right? It had absolutely no system for handling distances. So if you were getting an impact in the distance, it would just fucking, you know, do the effects. Yeah, so there's just, yeah. It is, Silica is a unique challenge from a programming perspective. It sounds a bit lame to say it, but the reality is there really is no other game like this. It's just not in this scale, you know. Just the absolute scale difference between the harvester and the people is just everyone I was talking to the armor guys you know, trying to get help on how to improve pathfinding some time back, and they're like, oh well, you know, one easy way to kind of improve things is you can use roads, right? So because if you know there's a road, it's kind of it can really simplify your pathfinding calculations and simplify your pathfinding because the vehicles will naturally want to go across roads. Right, so they'll kind of have places where logically they would kind of go along and they won't. There's a low risk of running into each other because there's, you know, opposite directions, etc. And I was like, well, I don't have roads. It's all off road. It's like, okay, and then there's the harvester versus, you know, individual people, and then they're like, you're fucked. So it was like, cheers, guys. So it is a unique challenge to Silica to do that. The main thing is because the approach is realistic, right? I mean, I could just do it so that everything just drives through everything else, and I tried it just before this update. I tried it as a little fun thing, and quite frankly, everything driving through everything else, yeah, I mean, no one would complain about pathfinding, right? It's just, yeah, the halves just go through each other. You know, obviously they don't care about each other, they won't collide, they don't avoid, and it works fantastically. But it looks like shit. So I want to kind of have that as a kind of last resort, and I want to use it in the situations where there is no other solution apart from the AI driving through, right? through each other, and that's the situation I would use it in, because ultimately when using physics-based units you can get into a situation where there is no other solution apart from just pushing through and ignoring collisions, right? So I want to use it as like a kind of like a backup, but I wanted to put it in as like a hotfix to just like get rid of the pathfinding problem, because it was really nice. Like suddenly you had like a whole group of light quads just flying in and just being super effective. But the problem was that they were still in one position. You know, there'd be five quads within each other, and it just looked a bit shit. So you know, I have ideas on how to further improve the collision avoidance, and that's also what I'll be like diving into. I want to do it so the next update. Or like next major update specifically has significantly resolved essentially the pathfinding for like collision avoidance specifically. Sorry, you know, because a lot of people are complaining about pathfinding, but it's actually not pathfinding. Pathfinding is working absolutely fine. It's working as intended. It's just A-star pathfinding used by every single game in the industry, right? Essentially, you have like jump point pathfinding, which is a little bit more advanced. Like you start off in two positions, but then it really depends on how many nodes you have, because it can become more complex, etc. I don't want to go into all the details needlessly, but you just got killed by a Templar. But basically, everyone uses A-star pathfinding because it just finds the fastest route. Right? It's not always the absolute fastest, but it's the first fastest, which means, you know, you don't want to always go and find the absolute best possible route, right? What I mean by that is sometimes, well, long story short, A-star is just an industry standard. It's very fast, it's very effective, and there's no reason to use anything else, really. So, so like A-star pathfinding is, I'm using that, right? As well as like navigation mesh generated from like the colliders of voxelization and stuff. Basically industry standard. So the pathfinding is fine, but it's the way it's utilized in some cases. And some things are like what people I noticed like complaining about. They're like, you know, the infantry have weird pathfinding, and I was like, the infantry works fine. Of all things, the infantry works fantastically. And then I noticed why. Because I didn't fucking realize that I'm a stupid idiot. And basically put that, you know, if you just right click, if you select some infantry and send them somewhere, they will use cover, right? They will try and use cover when pathfinding. What that results in is that they'll go from like some point, they're like, oh, fucking beeline to the nearest rocks, and from there then beeline across the other end and so on, because they're trying to move from cover to cover, right? And that's the way I wrote it at the time, like it was just a prototype really. I wanted to have it so that, you know, they'd try and use cover logically, and like if you wanted them to move fast, you'd hold down left shift and tell them to move without going through cover. The problem is that, you know, because I did it the way that the cover mechanic thing is the default, people think that the AI is doing some stupid shit, right? So yeah, so that I want to change the behavior. So there's no modifier which you hold, you know, logically speaking. You should just try and get there, like, according to the situation, you know. If you tell someone to move somewhere, they should try and sprint there, unless they see enemies ahead, in which case they'll kind of go into a more alert state, and then obviously then open fire if they can. Unless you tell them, like, hey, fucking just go, you know. And that should be relative to basically just double clicking, right? I would expect that if you double click, right click, that's when they try and just sprint to the location, you know. In the middle of a battle, if they're shooting at someone else and just like right click, go there, dickhead, then they'll just stop firing and run. You know, that's the thing I would expect, logically speaking. Imagine how cool the rat with +1 cannon would look in the dunes. That is very true, Lucka. That is very true. The rat is a ridiculously gigantic tank. But yeah, I mean, you could create it in the Ultra Vehicle Factory. The rat would actually be about as big as the Crimson tank is, right? Because the Crimson tank is scaled up to kind of match the scale of the other vehicles. Like a mouse is smaller than the heavy tank, you know, for comparison. Like a real mouse, obviously. I think I answered everything. Yes. So I'll move it onto the other window. I will be progressing on the globe while looking at how Lycan is trying to push against the aliens. Yeah, you guys haven't pushed the aliens much. You're gonna die.
Depends, really. We're getting air up now, and we haven't really been touched. We've been left to our own devices a little bit. So we've got a nice bit of
that means the Centauri are probably. That means that the Centauri are probably under attack from the aliens.
It'll be a GG for us, guys.
Wait, are we losing our headquarters? Yeah, we're getting headquarters sniped. Oh, we're not.
Hello, Mr. Crockett.
Our base is under attack.
Of the Centauri interceptor for countering air, why does it have slow autocannons and bombs? So the it's mainly because it was made against what's it called? Against oh Jesus Christ! It just completely leaves my mind. Against the Sol air units, right? And because just I mean the bullets are actually. You know what? I'll have a look. I'll tell you exactly how fast they are since I've got the project open in the background here. Projectiles, shells. No, bullets. Oh fuck, what did I call it again? What did I call the shots?
Our base is under attack.
I'm just trying to find them. Give me a sec. Oh, for Christ's sake, right. I'll just put one in and see what it has set. See what we shall see. Interceptor. Alright, what have you got as your guns? Shell intercept. I'm fucking blind, I had it right there. Alright, it goes at 350 meters per second. That's basically the speed of a Glock. A Glock shot. Aircraft rounds, let's have a look.
Enemy base located.
I don't know.
Structure lost.
Come on, elevator, hurry up.
Our base is under attack.
Okay, so normally they go around 600 meters a second, roughly speaking, from aircraft. So I can increase it if you wish. Yeah, I mean, quite frankly, I just like the 350 felt good in the way that it took a little bit of a delay. You had to lead a little bit, but it is difficult. Like against the aliens, it's difficult, and that's very true. So the bombs were because it was meant to be kind of like a dive bomber, right? It was meant to be anti-air, but I didn't. But I mean, it has the heavy autocannons, and the bombs were mainly like for anti-ground targets. But it's not a primarily air-to-air. That was the idea. But I mean, I expect a revision of the units. Don't look at the units right now as being final, basically. Why is the price of the assault car and the strike tank the same? Quite frankly, I am unsure. Probably it just worked out that way, and that's incorrect. I mean, obviously the strike tank should be slightly more expensive and should be a bit more effective as well. So just expect that to change as well. Dram, when can we expect the giant alien? Realistically, post 1.0. I would really love to shove it in by 1.0, but there's like several technical hurdles I need to overcome so you can drive under it. Because right now, if I did it the same, if I use the same controller as, actually, I think I talked about it before, and it might be possible to do it in a simpler way. Well, I'll have a look at it, but I just don't want to promise it. I would absolutely love it to be in there, but the problem is it will require a new building because it is bigger than the colossal spawning cyst. It would just basically need its own building to spawn it, and there's a couple of other things that would need to come into play, But I would really like to have it in. I really would. I really would. I want it to be the alien super weapon, but that also means that the humans would need super weapons. But realistically speaking, you know, the alien super weapon, like, or the alien strongest unit is currently the Colossus, right? Which is meant to kind of like be on the same level as the Crimson tank and the Siege tank. Yeah. Can always scale even further too. It's unfair that the largest human vehicles are utility and not combat. Gods of War are unhappy with that fact. What do you mean? Largest human vehicles? You mean like as in the Harvester, or you mean the Crimson tank? If you mean that the largest human vehicle is logically the Harvester, fair. And that the utility is not combat. I mean, if you have Lycan, he's using it as a combat harvester.
Yes, battle harvester.
Interceptor is losing to even gunships in dogfights, to be honest. Yeah, fair enough. I like I said, I will be most likely revisiting this because, you know, I mean, the gunship is sleek and thin and shaped so that the bullets ricochet a lot. That's one of the problems. You know, whereas the Interceptor has a lot of flat surfaces. It's much easier to kind of like land a flat hit, like a perpendicular hit on. I'm not sure if this has been reported, but sometimes when being shot by a Juggernaut rocket, there's no explosion or feedback as to what direction you have been hit. Yeah, I've noticed this from time to time. There seems to be a little bit of a bug sometimes where on clients, like, you fire your rocket and it's going from the pod forward and flying to wherever, right? And then on other, like, a player next to you is looking and it seems to hit the ground in front of you. Doing no damage, of course, but you get the point, right? And this is something I need to, like, look into why that happens. Right, so basically it would be most likely that, where it looks like the person shot and hit the ground or missed or something like that, but you actually were hit. So I'll have to find out what happened. Like, what happens there. There is like a sync thing, like I can't synchronize every single like bullet for just network resources reasons, but otherwise, like, this is a thing that used to work, so I don't know what happened. I'll have to have a look at it. Yep, gunship is better Interceptor than the Interceptor. Fair. Sorry, I meant to say slow firing. Ah, now I understand. So not slow bullets, but slow firing. Yeah, I mean, I wanted the Centauri units to feel heavy, right? And that was the kind of idea. It does about the same damage as the gunship, it just in less shots. So that was the kind of idea behind that. I could increase its fire rate, right? To like just increase the fire rate and decrease the damage. But I mean, I really like the way that the guns feel. Like, it's a really fun unit to use. But anti-air, 100%, that is a problem. So I'll have to kind of like dive back into, like, the only reason why I haven't worried about it is because air units in general right now controlled by the AI are shit. Yeah, so I, like, you know, without the AI, like, properly controlling them, doing, you know, flybys and, you know, trying to actually utilize them correctly, the AI units are just something you won't use much, apart from 4 players, exactly as we're seeing Lycan now, you know. Ooh, Mr. Crimson tank. You should give it give it the Interceptor 2 miniguns. Well, then that would just make it OP in the other direction. I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, 2 miniguns on the Interceptor sound cool, they still have slower projectiles than Fighter. Yeah, the Fighter is another thing, like, you know, like with the rockets, right? So, or like with the bomb, the one bomb. I like the one bomb, but I think at this point I'm kind of like really inclined to revisit it and change it to rockets. Like, lock-on rockets, you know. Its name and loadout for having me scratch my head. Yeah, I get you. I mean, the whole idea of the Interceptor was it was meant to, like, intercept the units, air and ground. But, yeah. Maybe replace the primary with a small salvo of lock-on rockets. That would be incredibly boring to use then, though, I think. You know, if you're just locking on and then shoot and then just can't keep firing, that's generally what the air units. That's generally why I wanted the air units to have like guns, right? Because if you play, for example, you know, some air combat games, the most fun planes to use are the World War II ones. You know, because the reality is there it was a lot about like hitting the enemy with bullets rather than just lock-on rockets. Lock-on rockets are just boring to use, just from my perspective. You know. Though it would be more realistic to have lock-on rockets, obviously, but you know.
Our base is under attack.
This for a sec.
Well, managed to pretty much clear that little front line, little one.
Enemy approaching. Enemy base located.
Constructions are done.
The expansion.
Get out. Like 2 nodes that way. If we can push the aliens, we can get like 6 nodes of supplies. But fucking.
Do we not have any
Ooh, a squid.
What's our rocket truck version called now?
It's a little.
That you need please still rocket
Dram.
Yo.
Could we maybe get an option to turn off the aim compensation system
It's auto healing. It's happening there.
for vehicles?
Yeah, I heard that one mentioned multiple times.
Yeah, just telling you that the
Um,
running low.
Like adding another control for that is just like I don't think it's a good idea. So it would have to be like a setting in the menu where you just switch it off entirely.
Yeah.
And it's up to you to lead as you need.
With all of you, I'm being aggressive to the aliens or to the fucking.
Yeah, because I find when you're in a gunship, you're trying to dogfight, it will try and aim to the horizon.
What, 2 by 2 nodes doesn't really mean much for the human factions. So.
Enemy base located.
I mean, personally, I would say just push the.
Yeah, that's a good point actually. So we'll try and lead for like 2Ks. I think that's the distance.
Ships are coming out. We need 'em.
Pompey is still filled with resources. I haven't left the harvester since the start of the game.
Shit,
Man,
yeah.
let's drop
no,
a
you've been
HQ
keeping
to the south. Let's expand to the south.
Like only 2 nodes. If I'm not, that's a big investment.
Hahaha, die shrimp.
Maybe he's thinking about the hill.
Harvester under attack.
They hit me with a rocket shot. and that whatever goes south. I think that's too much of an investment for not much. If you guys see the map, there's 5 nodes here, and there's also like 3 nodes over here. Like that is where we really want to go.
I really want to go everywhere. What? Rotorium nodes in the main base. One's depleted, one is halfway, and the third one's...
Let's see, one's a quarter, one's 2/3, and the other one's a third. Your node that you were using.
Right, so that's that. So back to the questions. Let's have a look. Where do I miss?
You just shot me, bro.
Don't you think aircraft fly too close to the ground? Well, the reason the flight ceiling is so low, I could put it to anything, right? The reason it's so low is two reasons. One, commander view range. So when you need to be higher than the planes. But that wouldn't be a problem. I could zoom it out even further, right? So that could be solved. The other thing is anti-air or everything else, because otherwise you could just go into the stratosphere and drop bombs from the stratosphere and generally avoid getting hit, and that's just not really good gameplay for everyone else. If you're the one that's going like up into the fucking stratosphere, flying across half the map and then diving back down to well, not even diving back down, just dropping your shit there, it's not very fun for anyone else along the way, if you get what I mean. So that's why I kind of keep things a bit closer to each other, maybe the two guns could fire double in fire rate and do 50% less damage. They'd still do, like, the effect they currently do is like, the thing is, immersion, and this is one thing which I've tried to keep with Silica the entire time. One of the things that defines immersion is believability, right? What I mean by that is, if you see a bullet land in the ground and do a kind of explosive effect, you expect a certain kind of damage from that round, right? If it does half the damage or doesn't do much damage at all, it feels strange. It needs to fulfill player expectations, what we naturally kind of understand the world like to happen. So if you have an impact effect on a vehicle and it just does like a few sparks but takes the half your health, it feels wrong, But if you see like it hit the side and there's like a whole fucking flurry of sparks with molten metal coming out the side, you understand that does a lot of damage. So I'd have to like if I lessen the damage, I'd also have to change the particle effects to and sound, of course, to do less of an impact, so to speak. And quite frankly, I think that would take away from the feel of that vehicle. But I will be, like I said, I will be revisiting it. One of the options is just go, okay, let's go the insane route and just put, the Templar miniguns essentially, and see how that feels. But like I said, I don't want to like come to any conclusions. I need to like look into balancing specifically afterwards and adjust. Like we've adjusted the fighter numerous times, so this is what I expect will be happening here too. Yeah, World War planes had a lot of Dakar rounds per minute. They didn't actually. They didn't have all that much. It really depends on the aircraft, but they had they were very maneuverable, and at the same time, of course, had their limitations. So it was like a modern 50 cal on, let's say, a tank fires about the same amount of rounds as the ones on an aircraft, except you had usually 2 of them. And the other things that was very limiting with those was depending on where they were, they had to fire in between the blades of the propeller, right? Depending on the aircraft, of course. But for a lot of aircraft, it had to kind of like, it was synced with the turning of the motor, so it would never hit the blade, otherwise you're fucked, right? So there it was synced with the spinning of the blade, which that also limits your rate of fire. I mean, it'd be fine with both factions having similar weapons for dogfighting that the current fighter has, just rapid fire guns, good for dogfights. Yeah, well that's the thing. The current fighter ones are just not all that satisfying in my opinion. They feel light. I think they feel okay. But yeah, I mean, you understand they're not made to do too much damage, and you understand that the damage has to build up. It's the kind of thing like the thing I intended with the Centauri one was so that when you're shooting, you do not need to hit as often. you know. Whereas with the fighter, there it was the expectation, right, you need to kick quite a lot with this, you know. Last time we talked about not trying to make this game realistic. How wouldn't it be a better idea to make a realistic war type of game than a fictional one? Let me read that again. Last time you talked about not trying to make this game realistic. Now, wouldn't it be a better idea to make a realistic war type of game than a fictional one? Well, I mean, it really depends on what you mean. But I mean, this is already sci-fi, right? Now, there's a big difference between realistic and authentic. Realistic, of course, is it has to follow reality, you know, physics, etc. Then there's authentic. Why I say authentic is what feels realistic, but it's not necessarily so. So, for example, you know, the harvester, it's authentic. It's not realistic because it's absolute nonsense to have that kind of massive vehicle doing what it's doing, especially going through all these dunes, which would make it incredibly difficult to engineer because, you know, steel has a limit, you know, of the stress it can take. So I mean, if you're going across these dunes, shit, you know, I'd like to see the material made, like it's made from, to be able to handle that kind of stress when going over the top of a dune, for example. You know, so that's what I mean between realistic and authentic. It needs to be believable, right? That's what defines immersion for the most part, right? Making it realistic, for example, would mean you'd have to have limited ammunition, you know, you'd have to have overheating of guns and all this kind of stuff. That's boring as fuck for this, you know. The whole, and more accurate, by the way, because I mean, the barrels on this, I mean, the accuracy of the weapons here, are just shameful even to modern standards, right? But the reason it's there, like the way it is for gameplay reasons, right? I wanted, and you know, combined with a lack of ammunition. I mean, like limited ammunition. Of course, you got limited per magazine, but you reload. The main reason behind this was so it's like, oh shit, what's that over there? And just send that shit in, rather than one or two main round, like, you know, one or two shots to kill the target. Obviously, apart from the sniper, right? But for general, like, you know, even for tanks, you know, especially the Centauri tanks, they are less accurate than their Sol counterparts because they do more damage than the Sol counterparts. But they can ricochet, of course, etc. And the reason for that, I wanted, so you're just not afraid to fire away, you know, so it's much more, there's much more action happening in that regard. Because one of the things that makes, I think, the Silica battles very fun is exactly, there's just rounds flying everywhere. You don't get that much in armor, right? Because armor has to be much more accurate because it has limited ammunition, just like in reality, right? And that would be one of the defining differences between, of course, you know, a game like Silica and a game like Arma. You know, Arma is trying to mimic reality, but again, even there, you've still got things which are authentic. It is absolutely unrealistic for a person to be able to fly a helicopter, drive a truck, drive a normal vehicle, drive a jet plane, and what have you in between, right? And be good at using weapons. It is absolutely unrealistic for someone to have all those skills, you know. Just because of the amount of training that requires for each of those vehicles, you know, especially if you get an enemy one. How the fuck do you know what to do with an enemy vehicle, right? But of course we overlook that because it's just, you want it to be fun. You know, you don't want to like worry about that kind of a limitation. No need for lock-ons, just guns to allow players to dogfight in interceptors and fighters. So to make dogfights fun, you'd have to limit the turning rate, right? You'd have to change how the aircraft function. Or that's one way to like make the dogfights feel better, right? To make them feel more like, let's say, World War II or even like more modern day, right? Apart from the rockets, obviously. If you do, and of course, that means removing the ability to hover on the spot. That significantly complicates things, as well as makes it much more difficult to fly, right? The reason I chose the way the way it is right now is because if I made it so that the vehicle cannot stop midair, it would significantly improve my increase my workload, right? And I'm just being brutally honest here, you know. I mean, it is just me writing all of the AI for all of the units, writing the units themselves, their controllers, their multiplayer synchronization, and everything. And it's, you know, I can't afford to expand the team further, and although some things I can and have given to other people, some of this stuff still has to be on me. right? So trying to have, for example, like like change the aircraft, like the interceptor or the fighter, to continuously fly, and therefore you kind of get those World War II dogfights, which are really fun. Is not realistic. It's just not realistic. At least not until after 1.0, right? So the way I have to approach it is to make things manageable. And one of the ways to make it manageable is to make, for example, the aircraft be able to hover on the spot, because that allows you to kind of like deal with it in terms of the AI. If I find that it is possible to do that, I would definitely do that, right? Because I would prefer World War II style dogfights, though it being absolute nonsense in this kind of a day and age, or even in Silica. It's more fun. It just is. That's why a lot of that's why World War II games are still so fun, because you don't get that kind of like lock on, click a rocket and it's just gonna hit, or it's gonna hit the chaff, and then you just send another one, right? You get much more. It's just more fun, and that's kind of also why I wanted to avoid like this. I mean, if you think about it, the combat in Silica is incredibly technologically basic. You don't get like you don't get all the features you get in a freaking Abrams, right? And the reason for that is just because it's more fun. It's more challenging to lead the target, to know where to hit, etc. Right? A lot of tanks today just do it automatically, right? You calculate the range. You already have the range by default with a laser rangefinder and invisible one, and then it just automatically leads the target, right? So it's just a little click game. It's an idle clicker essentially. Not entirely, but you get the point. That wouldn't make for good gameplay, and that's what I have to focus on. I want the gameplay to be fun. It's for me the absolute critical thing, because it's what makes Silica Silica. It's what makes it feel good, And otherwise, yeah, it's exactly that kind of thing. Like, why are we dropping bombs? Why aren't they, laser guided J downs, etc. But you get the point. Okay, I've got way too much into that explanation, so I'll try to make it a little bit faster next time. No need for lock. Oh yes, that's that. Alternatively, instead of aim compensation, you could use a shot impact projection instead. Then you don't need any keybinds. Frankenheart, the problem is, like, that's generally what happens right now, right? The aim, like the shot impact projection, is essentially what that secondary crosshair does. If you look at Lycan's screen right now, how he's got the central crosshair, and then he's got the little circle. That circle is where... Okay, so it's actually, you're right, it's not exactly like that. The circle is where the muzzle is aiming, right? The primary muzzle where it is aiming. Now, of course, I could do it like some other space games do it, for example, where it predicts based on what the cannon has, the kind of projectile, and it shows you where you need to aim, right? I could do that. That is true, and I think maybe for aircraft that would make sense. I'm not sure it would make sense, for example, for like for the Scorpion or the siege tank. That's a bit nonsense, I think, right? There, I think it just for me personally, it feels more pleasant to just look at the target, and it automatically compensates. There is one exception. What I want to change with those is so that it automatically compensates for lateral movement as well. Right now, for the player, I only compensate vertically. And the problem with that is that if you only compensate vertically with, for example, the siege tank, if the target is moving to the side and you compensate vertically, that means you need to aim ahead of the target to be able to hit it. Right? And when you do that and you click there, well, what happens? It goes to the position where he is, but he's not going to be there in a second. So you aim ahead, but he's no longer aiming at the target, and therefore you can't lead him, etc., 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 etc. So what I'm going to do is I do want to revisit this. I do want to revisit it by first trying, like doing full aim compensation. Just as a reference, full aim compensation is currently used in, for example, the gunship, right? The main, the minigun on the gunship. Where you aim is where the aircraft will compensate to try and hit, including lateral movement, right? So that's why if you're circling around a target, it takes that movement into account, and the gun aims backwards, so to speak, because it takes the aircraft movement into account and the target movement into account. So where you aim is where it will hit, right? I should probably do that for the siege tank as well, so that it takes... like it compensates, and for the Scorpion, same thing, right? The really arcing projectiles, as well as, of course, the pyro attack. You know, the ones which arc a lot. I'll try this first. If it feels just not fun, then the alternative is to have instead of having like it showing where it should still show where the primary and secondary muzzles are aiming, but it could show where you need to aim to actually hit the target, right? That would probably be another, like, that could introduce a little certain level of skill, because now you're just fishing, like in like space games, where you're fishing where to lead the target, right? It tells you where to lead it, but you have to actually do it. It's just that with the siege tank and stuff, that means you're aiming upwards, and that's what I didn't like about it. That's why I put in such aim compensation, because, you know, it doesn't feel very good to be just aiming upwards and the target is ahead of you. Especially when they arc a lot. So of course you could reduce the arc, but then that brings its own complications. All right. Could you wait? What am I on? Could you explain the AI? I mean, if I want to play against AI, what kind of AI would there be? Would there be different rankings, like hard, brutal? Pardon me. Would there be different tactics, like defensive? So I mentioned it before, but like with the AI currently, there's just one form of AI, and what I wanted to do was, I wanted to actually do it like that. The AI will gradually like have two kind of main values that it changes, like how defensive it is and how aggressive it is. Now, those two values, why they would be separate, or the way I want to approach it, those two values being separate, is because you can have an extremely defensive but also aggressive AI. That means he will prioritize defense as well as offense, right? You could say that could be in between aggressive and defensive, but I would say I don't agree, because it will basically create units like specifically for attacking and also units specifically for defending. Whereas if it was kind of like the other system, well, you could kind of put into that there. Right, but generally speaking, what I want to have is this, because I want to do it so if you're attacking the AI a lot, its defensive value will go up. But if it's doing successful attacks on you, for example, right, then its offensive value should remain the same, right? It should kind of like still say, well, you know, I'm doing a good job attacking you, I just need to defend more. And then of course it's a matter of like priority, right? And that's why, like, obviously as if it's getting attacked, its attack should slightly go down, move more towards defensive, but its defensive should kind of pop up, right? That's the kind of approach I want to have in this. Long story short, what I'm trying to say is I do want to have AI settings there, you know. I do want to have it so, like, right now the AI does not cheat in any way, right? The only information it has that you don't at the beginning of a match is, if you're not experienced. If you don't know the map, the AI knows where you possibly can spawn and where resources possibly can spawn. It's the equivalent of an experienced player, right? So that's the only place where the AI has kind of like more information than a newbie coming to Silica, right? Otherwise, everything else it finds out by itself and uses the same systems that are applied to the player. It doesn't get any resources, like resource advantages. It doesn't get any like sensor system advantages or anything like that. The reason why I wrote it like that is because I cannot cheat. You can play as an FPS, like in multiplayer, for example, if it was Lycan versus, let's say me, and I decided to only play FPS, then Lycan would be fighting an AI commander with an FPS main player, right? And that needs to be, like, that needs to function correctly, and that therefore the AI can't cheat, because I'd have an advantage in that case, right? So, of course, I'm disadvantaged by having AI, but that's a separate issue, right? Ideally, the AI should be, like, as good as a player, more or less. Or close to, at least. Right? So, the approach I want to have there is... the approach I want to have with this is essentially, so, yeah, you can put, you know, easy AI, so it'll kind of like do the, like, literally wrong things. It might go explore a location twice, or it might explore some random place instead of exploring a specific, like, where resources could be had. It might take longer to do certain reactionary actions, etc., 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 right? that would be the easy AI, and it would just take it easy on you, right? So if you're a new player, that would be kind of what you're going for, you know. And then of course, you know, easy AI would be more defensive. It wouldn't be as aggressive. Then you would have like, you know, more towards like the normal, like kind of like whatever, and then you'd have hard, of course, which is it tends to be more aggressive. It tends to be more. It tends to try and predict more of what you're going to do. It tends to watch out, not be dumb, and not send units into places which are choke points, etc., 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 etc. Right? And that's still without cheating. And then I want to do like the ridiculous level, and that is where it would begin to cheat. That's for like just, you know, Lucca, you know, Zeph and Mada and these kind of people which are so good at commanding that you need like to be able to topple them, you kind of need to cheat. Okay, so it's that's the kind of approach which I would have with the AI if you want to put it like, because that's the thing, as a player you want a challenge which is relative to what you can handle. Right? If you're new to a game, you don't want the best possible AI to come in and just completely like shit on you, because that's not fun. You want to have a challenge, but a challenge relative to your skill level. And so for example, the people I mentioned being so good at at commanding, with them you kind of will need to cheat, because the AI can just realistically not be as good as a player on the same PC that the player is playing. What I mean by that is, if you want to do decisions like absolutely top level decisions, you need a lot of processing, right? And the problem is I can't afford to do too much processing on a PC. So it'd have to be outsourced. Outsourced in the sense it would have to be on like another PC or whatever. It would be interesting in the future if there was like an AI processing server where there's like a completely separate AI that is really deep analyzing the situation and is actually providing a massive challenge just because it can do so much predictive behavior, like, you know. But that's just not within the scope of the project, realistically speaking. You know, like with StarCraft, the basic AI was very simple. But then there was, of course, they allowed it to you to make a like custom AI, and they had challenges and all this kind of stuff. And the AI that some people wrote are incredibly good at what they do, and they use a lot of processing power, you know, and that's why it's usually they have these like AI battles, right? That was in the past. I don't know if it's still happening, but long story short, for this, you know, I do want to have, so if you put like ridiculous level difficulty of AI, it will cheat. So it will, for example, know where you are, which makes it harder for you, right? But that's what you want, right? You want it to be incredibly difficult. So if it's cheating slightly, then that's okay. That's where you kind of like expect it at that kind of a level, right? Oh yeah, so I again went fucking way too deep into that one, but you get the point. Thanks for answering the questions with such attention. Oh yeah, my pleasure, man. Sometimes I get too deep into it, but I'll try and keep it a bit more simple so I address more questions. Would alien shooting units get zoom like human? Yes, I will put zoom for all the aliens. Like the level and how it works is probably be slightly different to the humans. Like the humans kind of have this like, you know, logically speaking. For the aliens, I mean, just to mirror the gameplay, you'd probably want the same thing, right? But maybe not. It doesn't need so many levels. It probably is enough to have just one or two or something like that, you know. But for the shooting ones, yeah, they do need zoom, definitely. What about keeping the interceptor's fire rate, but making the bullet explode midair like a flak? That's an interesting idea, like that it shoots flak instead of a thing. You know, honestly speaking, that's probably one of the best ideas I've heard so far, because like you could also do that with the fighter, right? Because the fighter, quite frankly, like, the shooting in that is not that satisfying. Right? It's just like, it doesn't feel heady, it doesn't feel that impactful. And you know you have to hit a lot of bullets to take out the enemy, right? So that could be one way to approach it, though what would that feel like? It's definitely good to have these kind of ideas. Cheers. So I'll see when I get to it, but it is an option. But of course, if there was it exploding midair like the flak, then of course it just makes it unusable against ground, essentially, right? Hi, I have a question about the Commander AI update in Silica. Will the update apply to all 3 factions simultaneously, or will it be released by faction? Okay, very good question. So the way I'm approaching the AI is, it is the same AI for all 3 factions currently, right? The only way they should be changed, like they should differ between the 3 factions, is by settings, right? That's the way I'm writing AI, because for me, writing separate AI would be just unmanageable, right? And I like the idea of having a universal AI controller with different inputs. So what I'll be doing is the alien AI, for example, I'll have a setting which will make it much more focusing on expansion, right? Because the AI, like the aliens, they need to expand. If they don't expand, they die. That's just, it's simple as that, right? And that's kind of the way their gameplay works. Nice crash. You know, that's the way the alien AI work, primarily. They need to spread. That's just the way they're meant to work, right? They're meant to infect the location. So that, they don't necessarily need different AI. They just need to have different settings. Right, so because the humans, they also need to be able to expand, but they'll have a different structure for it, you know, the HQ. Whereas the aliens, they need to expand in like, you know, exactly node, pop and whatever. And I need to make the logic for the AI be able to handle that, for the commander AI to be handle that. So when I do, long story short, when the AI update comes for the commander AI specifically, yes, it will be for all 3 factions simultaneously. Mr. Lucka. Just as an example, a game called PlanetSide 2 also has VTOL fighters. They can hover on the spot and still dogfight with the rotary machine guns. The dogfights themselves look like 2 helicopters maneuvering. And that's the problem. 2 helicopters maneuvering is just not as fun as a jet, like as fighters which can't VTOL, because you know one of the tactics that you can use in VTOL aircraft is you can just slow down and stop and let the other guy continue, and as he tries to turn around, you're just turning on the spot. In World War II aircraft, you can't do that, obviously, right? So you have to keep your speed, and you have to avoid a stall. You know, in a VTOL, that's not a problem, right? So it's, I understand exactly what you're talking about, Lucka, and 2 helicopters having a gunfight is just, but I haven't played PlanetSide 2. I need to have a look at it, to be fair. I remember when it came out, I was working on Take on Mars at the time. I didn't have time, but basically, yeah, I'll have a look at it and see what you mean, to be specific. But yeah, for 2 helicopters fighting, exactly, it's not as fun as two you know, World War II fighters fighting. That said, I do want to improve the air combat, because I think the air combat can be fun. Just right now, it's a bit meh. Yeah, it's not ideal. And I think one of the ways to do it is, for example, with the even with the gunship we're seeing. I think the way the gunship works is fine, right? It's intended for ground targets, not air targets. So to hit air targets, it's a little bit difficult. But for the fighter, there, it should predict from the target you're looking at should have a little circle. Hey, you want to fucking hit me? Aim here. That's, I think, the best way to approach it. You know, if you're aiming at a specific target, that's the way it should work, right? And the locking on, by the way, the way I want it to work is, if you aim at a target for a certain amount of time, it goes like and is locked, right? That will be for the secondary rockets. And I think I'll probably remove the main dive bomb from the fighter and replace it with like missiles, guided missiles, in this way, primarily because it kind of lost its purpose at a certain time. In the way the game worked before you know, the structure decay, for example, the fighter made sense because you had to hit the main structures mostly, right? Now it's more about hitting nodes against the aliens, and of course that created its own problems, right? That's a separate issue, of course. But nevertheless, you know, you can do the impact with just strafing. So this is something I want to kind of you know, revisit. But yeah, in general, I want to revisit the aircraft, because I think they're, like, some are in a good spot, like the Dreadnought. That one I'm really happy with. I don't want to touch that fucker. Yeah. The only thing I want to do with that one is maybe slightly increase the maneuverability a tiny bit, but I really like the way it feels and the way it plays. Right? It's a heavy-hitting aircraft, which is a big target and easy to hit. So you have to be careful with how you're using it, and it needs backup. The Interceptor feels really good in my books, and I don't mind that it has a lower fire rate, but yeah, air to air, it is difficult to hit targets, and the reason for that, and I don't think it's I forget who asked the question before, but the slow fire rate I don't think is the problem. The biggest problem is it can't, it can move its weapons up and down, like so pitch, but it can't yaw them, right? It can't turn them side to side. So that's its biggest limitation. So if you're turning the aircraft and the aircraft is just, let's say, 20 degrees to your right, well, on the fighter, those guns can turn towards the target, right? So they're kind of like, you know, as I'm turning in my chair here, you know, I'm aiming at the target to the side here. This looks so fucking dumb, but you get the point. You know, I'm aiming at the camera, right? Whereas the interceptor is limited in how it can turn them, like nothing basically, but I have a slight muzzle adjustment, right? Exactly for this reason. But it requires it to be much more on target, like you facing the target much more to be able to actually aim at your target. And I think that's where the problems come from. Yeah, I think there it's more about providing more information on the UI than needing to adjust the vehicle itself when I think about it, right? Because a lot of times you're shooting and you think, okay, I must be hitting the target, or I must be at least on target, but you don't fucking know unless you see where the actual main muzzle thing is, and that's oftentimes off the screen. Because it's just, you know, if it's rotated to the left, because you turn your camera fast, you can't see where it's aiming, right? So that's something where I think like an improvement for user experience would be correct. You know, one other way to do it is also contextual. If you're high up in the sky and you're aiming at the ground, then you do the aim compensation just like it does for, you know, like right now what Lycan's doing with the gunship. While if you're aiming more into the air, then you know, more upwards of the horizon, then it's more like it can have aim compensation off, for example, right? These things are something I'll have to try and mess around with, but they're lesser of a priority to the AI. I will make that absolutely clear. The AI is top priority because ultimately that's what makes the game feel good. Because if you order your units around and they're doing dumb shit or they get stuck against things, it just is frustrating. And of course performance is another thing, but I think performance is significantly improved. I've noticed a lot of people, like the main people that complain about performance right now are people with AMD CPUs. I want to see if there's an actual difference between the performance on Intel like CPUs and AMD CPUs of equivalent power, because mostly in the office right now we have Intel CPUs because they're just slightly older. So I need to get some AMD ones to give that a proper try. But yeah, I've noticed that there's of course still plenty to improve in terms of performance, but I have noticed even on my end, when I load Crystal Chasm, for example, it'll take a shit. Yeah, it'll jump down, just nothing happening. It'll jump down to 25 FPS, right, and stay like that for a little bit. I alt tab back, fucking 60. What the fuck just happened? You know, I didn't change a single thing. Nothing happened in the location. And you know, I need to find out. It's Unity taking a shit clearly, but I need to find out exactly what is happening there. So, you know, it's these things which like there's a loss of performance because some engine quirk. You know, so I have to find out what that wonderful engine quirk is and alleviate it. And that actually might be solved by upgrading to the latest Unity build, quite frankly. So I will try and do that eventually as well. Probably after Christmas, because now it would be a bad idea. Where was I? Oh yes. That was a commander update. Oh shit. Fuck. Jumped too many questions. The dogfight rotary cannons, yes. Around each other on quite a small area in the air until one of them dies or tries to move away. Yeah, that's that thing. Yeah, that's a classic one. Hey yo, Mr. Luchor. Interesting. Are you using any AI tool or developing them all yourself? Lucio, I'm not sure what you mean, but if you mean like developing the AI tools are useless for it, right? I mean, like AI tools for programming are mainly just predictive, right? LLMs in general. I mean, all the AI that we currently have today is just all LLMs, large language models. They're predictive machines. They try and predict what you're trying to write. It does not mean they're able to actually think and write it for themselves, if you get what I mean, right? So it's that's why, like, you know, in the field of AI, LLMs are not really AI. They can appear like AI, but yeah. So I'm personally not using any like predictive AI or anything when writing my code, just because I'm old school and I prefer to write it myself. But for example, other people in the team are. And they're very happy with it, but they're using it mainly like as code completion, right? So you start writing a function and it suggests the like what you expect of the base function, and you're like, yeah, do that, pop, and then you adjust it. right? So it's just a quick tool. It just speeds up coding, but there is no current tool which can really actually write good code, you know, for now, of course. How will we test it when it comes? For example, players versus AI, or... Okay, so that's a very good question. So a lot of times the way I test AI, like, you know, the commander AI, for example... Fuck, sorry guys. It just came out of nowhere. Is I put AI versus AI versus AI. So a three-way battle, for example, or a two-way battle, right? And I observe, let's say, as an FPS player, or I just observe as a free-fly camera, right? And I watch what happens. That is usually the best way to test the AI in general, in terms of functionality and how it handles when it encounters the enemy base and so on, right? But eventually, of course, then you need to do player versus AI. But the reason you don't start with that is because player versus AI is, you know, a player will be unpredictable, like in the behavior. You know, you will, like, a player will react to what the AI is doing and adjust. You know, the AI obviously by default does not. You need to program that in. Well, obviously you need to program everything in, but you get the point. So that's one thing that I want to basically you know, work on afterwards, is essentially having the AI react to what you're doing. So if you become very aggressive, it knows it has to start being more defensive for a while until it can you know, push back. Or it might actually say, well, you know, you're trying to push me, and start to push you more. So a turtling AI, and that was the last thing I forgot to mention before. That was the kind of like the setting I kind of had in mind for the AI, where it would be more dynamic, right? Where it begins, for example, it might be turtling at first, but as soon as you start attacking too much, it knows I cannot stay turtling or I will start to lose, and so it starts to push back. So you kind of like force the AI's hand, if you get what I mean. So, but primarily the way I test it is AI versus AI. That's the easiest way. Voitiman, Dram, don't feature creep, for fuck's sake, just enjoy the update. Good old Voitiman. Hey, hey Voito. I'm not feature creeping. I'm basically like feature creeping. Like by the way, everything I'm saying, of course, you know, we have a plan which we're sticking to. So there are things which, and that's why I'm saying, like, a lot of things come post 1.0, but the AI stuff, that still needs to come within 1.0 because the AI needs to be capable. PS2 dogfights, PlanetSide 2 dogfights are broken as fuck, physics-wise too. Fair enough. Creep, we need creep. Yes, that would be very lovely, Lucho. I would like creep. I wanted to have creep. But, you know, in terms of just the area that needs to be covered, it would have to be very basic, visually speaking. One way to do it would be to do it through, like a shader over the top of everything, but visually speaking, it would be flat. It would just be like glued on top of things. So it'd be kind of like moss or something like this. It couldn't be really volumetric, which is what I'd like. Right, if it was volumetric, it would have to be fucking drawn on the fly and so on, and drawn at great distances because you have to be able to see the creep spreading. But yeah, I mean, the scale of Silica, 6 by 6 kilometers. It's and realistic terrain and realistic like visuals and all this kind of stuff. It would just be, it would run like shit, you know. So creep definitely not happening before 1.0, 100%. But the ground flak truck can shoot ground units. Why would an air flak not be able to shoot ground also? Oh, it would be able to shoot ground units, but it just wouldn't be so effective against them because flak is a different kind of beast to penetrating stuff, right? Flak is not effective against armored targets, and aircraft aren't armored because they need to be light. So the engines that are on the aircraft need to be physically able to carry the vehicle in the air, along with the ammunition, the trooper, the crew, etc. That's why aircraft are not very armored at all, right? And that's why flak's effective, because aircraft are primarily armored from the bottom, usually speaking. Like at least World War II aircraft were primarily armored like that. Today's aircraft, of course, we're talking about, it's a bit of a different beast because, I mean, they're gonna be easy to penetrate with bullets, but you have your aircraft so fast, it's gonna be difficult to get hit by a bullet. You know, some aircraft can outrun bullets, you know. So the whole point is that's why they're designed to have a lot of countermeasures against rockets, missiles, because that's what's primarily fired against aircraft today. You don't use flak. Flak is useless today. right? Just because of the speed of the aircraft. In World War II, it was effective because an aircraft was, let's say, 450 kilometers per hour. That's not very fast, you know. If you're going faster than the speed of sound, yeah, you know, hitting something with flak, good luck with that, you know. Especially flak was timed, it wasn't proximity, right? So, but nevertheless, what I'm trying to say is that flak, because it's explosive, it won't deal as much damage against the ground units as it does to the air units, right? Which have a weakness to explosions. That's what I'm trying to say. But how will the Defiler work with its flyers when you want to have projectile lead? There's a different story. With the Defiler, I mean, there it absolutely makes sense to look at the target and click attack, because they're creatures. You're releasing a swarm of creatures, right? So there you're telling them, hey, hit that, you know. It's exactly this thing. This is what I'm talking about with the UI, you know, / UX. UX being the UI being user interface, the UX being user experience, right? When I need to know what my aircraft is trying to tell me, or what the unit is trying to tell me, right? So if I'm with the Defiler, if I'm looking at a target, there needs to be some sort of indicator telling me, hey, my creatures are locked on, you know, so to speak. And if I click them, they'll follow and hit the target. So that's what kind of needs to happen there. So obviously leading with the Defiler is nonsense, right? There should be just aim at your target and tell your swarm what it wants to hit, essentially. I still don't know the button for locking on the target. There is no locking on target like button at the moment. To lock on a target, you simply look at it, right? So for example, with the rocket truck, if you look at a target, it'll automatically lead those rockets full lead, right? Because it'll basically tell them to, all right, I'm looking at a target, it's there, it's moving fast in that direction. If I aim at him there and I tell the rockets to fire, they will automatically lead and try and hit if the vehicle does not change direction, then they automatically lead it to that position. Then some rockets are literally like follow the target. For example, the Defiler swarms, they literally follow the target, you know, or the hive spires, the little thingy dingies, the purple things. Those follow the target, literally. You know, they don't just lead, but they follow the target. You know. I still also don't know the button. Oh, that was that. Hey yo, Zeph. Yes, I'm on an AMD CPU, 13 FPS, Task Manager says 25% utilization on CPU. Yeah, so one of the things with the AMD CPUs, you have a lot of like thread rippers, right? So they can run a ton of threads. The problem is physics, for example, has to run on one thread. So a lot of AMD CPUs have a preference of dividing the speed amongst many threads. That's great for smaller tasks. That's great for multi application usage. Not very good if you have one thread which needs a lot of power, right? I suspect that's partially what's happening, and in other cases, I suspect it could just be optimizations on the Unity engine side or something we're doing. It's entirely possible. I need to look into this and find out exactly what's going on, right? But long story short, yeah, I mean, it really depends on what's going on in the map as well. Like, if you have hundreds of units that are just near you, it will just run slow because it's just, there is a certain, like, limitation to actually getting that to run well, right? I mean, there's a lot going on. So it's all of these things which, I mean, like I said, there's actually a ton of things that can be still improved down the line, but I need to go and basically like profile it, find out what's happening, and then address it one by one. For example, one of the most massive performance drains in in the previous main branch update was the turrets on structures. What they would do, they change the collision layer of the structure, so they wouldn't like line of sight check. Like the line of sight wouldn't hit the structure itself, and that inadvertently, fuck's sake, inadvertently resulted in a massive spike in physics, right? Because it would basically switch the entire structure's collision layer. That means, let's say, sometimes over 2,000 colliders, right? That's a fuck ton, and that meant updating the physics, right? Like updating the physics layer, and hey, all of these colliders are changing their collision layer, and then changing it back when it finishes doing the raycast. I changed that instead to just do a single raycast, like with giving me all of the hit leaves, right? And then you just filter out the one you need, and it's just that just reduced it to basically 0. You know, I should have done that from the beginning, of course, right? But it's these things where you do a prototype, it functions well, you use it, and then you put it into a specific use case, which is a turret on a very complex building, and it takes a shit, right? So it's these kind of things which are unexpected, and yeah, then you have to deal with it. But there's, at the moment, like, there was nothing which was like really standing out as taking a ton of performance. So I need to put in more profiling elements to see where we're losing performance and address it like that. It's a kind of like an iterative process, right? And there's also a thing with, like, some things are not detectable in the editor and only in a build, so we need to do some build with it, etc, 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 etc. Right now we are just focused on delivering these units and the changes, like in this update. And some of the performance like fixes I kind of did ad hoc because I found that I was like, why is this running like shit? And then I opened the profile and found out, I was like, oh, well, I better address it because it's just a ridiculous, needless performance loss. And boom, we got double the FPS, you know, on most machines, you know. And then you have machines which have like no change in FPS, and it's just weird because, like, you know, compared to last main branch build, I'm literally getting double FPS. You know, before I would get in like late game 15 FPS. Now I get 35. You know, so I need to find out, like, exactly on some machines why that happens. And this is why developing for PC can be such a pain sometimes. And I prefer to develop for PC, mind you, right? But nevertheless, why it can be such a pain? Because on the PC, everyone has a different setup, right? Absolutely everyone, you know. Whereas on consoles, of course, you have a single setup, maybe two, yeah. PS5, PS5 Pro, for example, right? So, yeah, I mean, you know, you get exactly a problem. Hey, this isn't working for me, or this is causing a problem, and you find out it's a fucking antivirus, for example, right? Etc, 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 etc. You know, the complexity on a PC is just significantly higher because it's not one machine that everyone's using, the same machine, sorry. Okay, alright. Why isn't aliens on map? Statics are not there. I don't know what you mean, Mass, but I assume you mean in this match.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff disappearing, like on the map.
What do you mean?
Like, the whole of the alien base isn't visible anymore. Some Centauri units are not visible, like, on map, but they're running around.
What? This is the first time I'm hearing of this issue.
Given.
Well, fuck. Well, I guess it's another thing to investigate. It'd be interesting to see if it happens on, like, non-modded. Not that I want to put blame anywhere, but just, obviously when I have to fix things, I need to try it on a non-modded one, right? Because if it's in a mod, there's nothing I can do with it. Otherwise, if it's unmodded, then obviously it makes sense, it's on our end, right?
There is a lot of red writing.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Can you send me a log afterwards, please?
Yeah.
Thank you. Because that'll help. Because, yeah, the only, like, red writing which is acceptable at the moment, like, the red ones are errors, is about the, like, there's certain colliders which it'll say, oh, these can't be used, but they actually can, for a different reason. Right, so that's the only one which is acceptable. Anything else, like a null point or something like this, is a big problem. And whether or not it's a mod, I can't tell, obviously. So I'd have to, like, reproduce it on my end to make sure.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck, where was I? Shit. All right. Oh fuck.
Like that, for example. That's a Templar or something being shot at right now.
Oh yeah, and he's on that.
Juggernaut. There you go.
I have never observed this issue, so I will have to try and reproduce it on my end. My suspicion is it could be either mods, like one of the mods causing the issue, just because of the nature of the way they work and whatnot. I'm not sure. Or it could be that the issue only occurs when there's a lot of turnaround of units. right? Where there's a lot of like they die and they respawn and da etc 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 etc. So it could just be that as well, but I'm not sure. We'll have to find out. I am watching you. Love you though. Enjoy, guys. Take care, Voito. Don't worry, the plan doesn't change. Being able to hit 60 FPS with this filled map would be a godsend. Performance creep, please. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, Septios. Like, you know, that's the target, reaching 60 FPS. And I want to be able to reach it without, like, frame generation. Though I know Unity has added frame generation in the latest, like 6.3. So I want to check it out because it can help in most cases. If you have 30 FPS, you can reach 60 FPS with frame generation. You can't reach 60 FPS with freaking 15, for example, because that's 4 times the number, right? Double, that's pretty okay. But you know, I would prefer to do it without frame generation because of the wonderful things frame generation does. Oh my god, the human structures are wet paper now. Oh yeah. Yeah, the human structures die much easier now, and quite frankly, the gameplay is so much better because of it. I just have to be brutally honest. It is so much more fun, because before it was super frustrating to destroy any base. Now you'd actually have to like defend the structures better. At the same time, you can cheese the structures a lot, and I need to find like improve that. That's mainly balancing, luckily. Refinery has less health than a harvester. Yeah, I want to actually lower the harvester's health as well and make it easier to recover harvesters. Yeah, like, because right now it's, yeah, the harvester just takes so much to take down, it just doesn't feel good to kill a harvester. Modern Warfare, bzz, boom. Yeah, basically, you know, more or less. Yeah, in fact, you don't hear it, you just hear the boom, because all, you know, hypersonic. Lighting seems to be flickering while in combat vision. It's not about combat vision, it's actually when there's a lot of lights on screen, it flickers. Bliatman went a little bit overboard with the soul structures and the amount of lights they have. I already reduced it by more than half, but yeah, I'll be dealing with it further, so you can just like rest assured on that. Some of the lights are set up incorrectly, unfortunately, so they're visible from very far away. Even though they're not actually visible, and this causes, of course, some issues. So I will be dealing with that. Range is also bad for Defiler. It doesn't do damage unless you see them explode on the target. Yeah. Well, what happens is so the Defiler creatures, wasps, whatever you want to call them, they have a certain range, right? And then they disappear. In general, it's just not very fun when the projectiles disappear. What I want to change is, for example, even rockets. They'll have a certain range and then they'll just dive into the ground, right? So even the rocket truck, that will receive its nerf in terms of range and damage slightly, but primarily range, right? So you want to have it so that it has a range of, let's say, I don't know, a kilometer, and then it takes the rocket just nosedives, right? Because right now you can shoot a base from 2 kilometers away, and although it's fun for the one shooting, it's definitely not fun for the one receiving, because it can be easily cheesed for that reason, right? So the Defiler suffers from the same problem, where the projectiles at a certain range they just disappear, and it would be much better if at a certain range they exploded in midair, like for example the Colossus. That one has that effect. So I need to do it for basically everything. Well, not everything. Like bullets, you don't need to see disappear. You kind of understand that. Okay, there's a reasonable limit. But for the like the more heavy hitting things, there you need to be able to see what happened. What is your average FPS? There's a gaming CPU king right now. 24 right now. Threadripper. Yeah, Threadripper is not a gaming CPU. It will never perform well with gaming. Yeah, Threadripper is great for like multitasking, right? Like if the game is heavily multi-threaded, i.e. it doesn't use too much physics, because physics has to stay like single-threaded for the most part. There are certain games which do multi-threaded physics, but it has its own issues, right? Unfortunately, this is one problem with Silica. It is using physics heavily, and that means it does need that thread running the CPU, like running the physics, to be strong. I've reduced it as much as possible. Strong, fast, obviously. Performant, you get the point. I've reduced physics as much as possible, but like one of the things I can do to further improve things is distant units get calculated at a different rate, or some cheats are happening with them, so it can handle it. You know, there's a lot of things I can still do long term to improve performance.
Got 120 kills so far.
Defiler, where was it? Fuck, I'm trying to find. Yeah, just scrolled away. Defiler is 650 meters, if I recall correctly. Yeah, I think the range is 60-50 meters, something like that. We had to keep it down because it was being cheesed with. Yeah, it's just the way it goes. You put in a new unit, it can hit something far away, then it gets used as cheese. You reduce it, then it becomes too much, like back and forth, etc., etc., etc. So, I mean, I will be doing a balance pass once AI improves. 54 player 3-way madness. Oh yeah. I did post that refinery and or the harvester does make a large FPS drop for me, that is. What do you mean, Mass? Like that refineries cause an FPS drop, or the harvesters, or what do you mean? Yeah, the invisible bug, not new. It happens for long games under heavy load. Okay. So it could be either that the server isn't managing to send the data. Mr. Connect, I would greatly appreciate if you could send me. If this is this on your server, or is it Cornholio? Is it on yours? If it's on yours, Cornholio, can you please send me the log afterwards? Because I suspect that it's dropping packets. That's what I'm suspecting. That could be one of the things with this, like, because with heavy load, you know. And there's performance there's optimizations I want to do for that as well, like the network loading, right? Where if there's a fuck ton of things it needs to send, it'll start having like error bars and this kind of stuff. Dram, I think a few issues that happens when there's a lot of people. There's 50 plus now. Okay, yeah, it could be that, Mr. Cornholio, could be indeed. 30 average, 50 late game, early games around 50-70. Yeah, I mean, the biggest problem with like measuring late game performance is it really depends on how many units and structures there actually are in the scene, right? Because if it's like late game is not the same as late game in a different match, if you get what I mean. If you have, for example, like really good commanders versing each other, which build a ton of things, yeah, that stresses the game like nothing, right? You get the point. We have 2 techs right now, but are at tech 2 should be 8. We have a tech bug again. Fuck's sake, tech bug. Oh, fucking just shoot me, man. Well, I've written it down. Yeah, the tech bug is, nonsense. I'll have to find out what's causing it. Server FPS is 5. Dram, below 10 FPS, all kinds of issues will happen. Yeah, sounds like it, man. Sounds like it'll start to miss a lot of things as well. Like, the server FPS shouldn't drop below a certain value, indeed. I think it's a matter of, like, sending it to 50 players is a lot, and I'll find out, how that can be improved. Or, in fact, what's going on. I'll have to, like, do my own tests for this. For me, the biggest issue playing this game is low frames, units getting stuck, AI units not spreading out more as commander, base sniping by teleporters, AI air not usable. Yeah, and luckily all of this is getting solved, right? Like the low frames, of course, again, that's going to depend on the battle itself, like what people actually create. But 100%, it can still be further improved. We need a better server CPU. Donations at Cornholio, please. Yes, donate to Cornholio so we can get a better PC for the server. That's true. Refinery needs more health. It gets eaten by 2 crabs. I'm not so sure, Mr. Connect. Like, I'm not so sure. I think there needs to be. I think there's better ways of dealing with it. But I get what you mean. Basically, it's a problem that a crab can dive in and take down a refinery. At the same time, it finally feels good to actually be a crab trying to attack a building, because before it was just frustrating. But I play anyways because the gameplay is so fun. But it's my biggest issues. Yeah, I understand you, Pika. Like, yeah, like low frame rate. When the frame rate is really low, like I have an old PC, and when it was running at 15 FPS, I just wasn't enjoying it because I couldn't hit anything. It's a slideshow. It just doesn't feel good. So I perfectly understand what you're talking about. For me, that's the greatest blocker in playing. And then of course the units getting stuck and all this kind of stuff is frustrating. So luckily that can be solved.
I mean, the resources they can claim.
So are we ever going to get to the ability to move our units in a group instead of them leaving each other behind, not covering each other's back like in other RTS games? Of course, that is part of the AI stuff, right? So right now they don't. That's the group AI which I was talking about. Right now the group AI is very like ultra basic. You know, if the leader kind of like if he gets too far away from the rest of them, he'll like stop and wait for the other ones to catch up, right? Or if the units get too far away from the leader, they try and come back to the leader, right? That's not the behavior that should be happening. What should be happening instead is that the leader tries to, or that everyone tries to go at the speed of the leader, and they slow down if they're ahead, right? And they try and keep a formation ideally, but the formations are a problem in the terrain that we have in Silica, right? It's just, you know, other RTSs are flat. So it's one of the selling points of Silica, but at the same time, it's one of the biggest problems in Silica. You know, the realistic terrain. But yeah, like that will be dealt with by release. There will be significantly better unit like group movement. You know, because right now exactly you send a group of units, you send them somewhere, and the light quads arrive first, and the heavy tanks arrive last with no support because the support has been killed before they got there. So yeah, exactly, 100%. Already sent you log on Discord. But yeah, it was spamming nulls with network layer, but again, super low server FPS. Roger that, Cornholio. Thanks, man. I'll have a look at it because that's concerning. Like, I suspect if it was just too much to handle for the server, then it just makes sense, right? And then there's things that need to be changed there, but yeah. What about multi-selections for structure after 1.0? Lucho, I'm not sure where we put into the plan at the moment. It's that for that specific issue. It might be after 1.0. I don't want to lie. I can't remember. I can't recall right now. I'll send you some print screens, Dram. I think I know why the server's shitting bricks. Roger that, Cornholio. That would help a ton. If my internet connection would just be better for hosting. Yeah, I get you, Mr. Connect. Like here as well. Like in my house, there's no chance of hosting a proper game. I don't understand how this game can have such low frame rates when it's all nothing but sand to your left and right, sand, sand, sand. Well, Dark Void, that's what it sounds like. It sounds like it can be like sand, 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 but the thing is like what Silica is doing with the units is significantly more than 90% of other games which are actually doing a similar thing, right? Most games do not use physics, right? Like for their vehicles to this degree, you know, or for example for infantry and stuff. Why am I using physics for it? So you can walk on vehicles, so you can walk on things, and aliens need that to be able to walk on vehicles, etc., etc., etc. So I'm heavily relying on physics. But it's not only that. The thing is, you know, it's you look around and you see sand, yes, but there is a fuck ton of stuff happening like under the hood, right? What I mean by that is, you know, there is the UI that's not for free. Then you have the actual like the movement of the units and all this kind of stuff. That's physics. That's heavily physics driven. Then you have the AI, right? That's also not a tiny amount of like thing. That's in fact a lot of the drain is also AI. Then there is it just left me right now. Then there is like the rendering itself. There's a ton of objects. You know, the structures, they're complex. If you have a look, for example, a great example, right? If you have a look at the barracks of the Centauri, that is essentially DE dust, right? In just that one structure. So, like, you know, it's all sand, but the structures are quite complex. They're very complex. You know, then there is a ton of gunfire. You know, it might not be right next to you, it can be far away, but there is still a ton of gunfire happening. And that's one of the things I want to improve for multiplayer, where if it's very far away, you probably don't need to know about the gunfire. What I mean by that is, you can just have the bullets not simulated at all, not even created on the clients, right? That won't help you in single player. But to be fair, in single player, you don't get the crazy matches like you get, for example, here on Prime Battalion. You know, where there's a ton of players doing a ton of things. So, yeah, if you're just seeing sand, the thing is there's a ton of stuff happening around that you're just not experiencing right now because, you know, and that's of course the detriment of choosing to kind of like have it very action-packed. I really wanted to have a ton of projectiles, a ton of like explosions and all this kind of stuff to make it feel like that's what I would expect in the future. Like if you look at Dune, the films, you know, Jesus Christ! Like when the Harkonnen, I forgot what the name of it was, but there was a cruiser which went and attacked like one of the I think it was Siege Taber, right? The amount of firepower it used for was just like ridiculously excessive. Or even just when Arakeen was attacked, right? The amount of like firepower used was just excessive. That's what I wanted here because, you know, if you look at, for example, modern day combat, the firepower used is limited. You try and keep it to a minimum because you don't want to reveal your position and you don't want to use more ammunition than you need because your ammunition is limited. If you don't need to worry about your ammunition, you're just going to flood the area with bullets, and that's the idea here, right? You know, and that's what I wanted. I wanted that experience of like everyone's just suppressing everyone else, and it feels really good, but it's a lot to actually process. Aliens lower FPS by a whole lot more than humans. That's very true. The main reason for that is it's mainly the amount of structures. When you build a ton of structures, it is going to lower FPS. And the amount of units that the aliens need to be able to do any damage. They need to swarm much more. But like I said, you know, I will be basically doing further profiling and reducing the way you do it is right. So the way you optimize a game. Obviously, when you're writing code at first, you know, there's two ways you can write it. One is you start off writing it optimized, but that's slow. So what you usually do is you write a prototype to first test, you know, like, okay, first you make the design, etc., what it needs, and etc., etc., etc. But then you write that once you start writing the code, you'll usually get like the first prototype. The first prototype is usually not exactly optimized, but then of course you go back and you start optimizing things, you reduce the load, or you rewrite it from scratch to be more optimized straight from the get-go. Here, I've, like in most cases, I've tried to be optimized straight from the get-go, but the thing is, what happens is, suddenly, you need some new functionality added to an old feature. So you add it. That starts causing, like, unexpected issues, you know? Like I said, mentioned before with the turrets, you know? So, like, with the aliens, I can imagine that, you know, there are certain things happening with the aliens that cost more than on the humans. I'll have to have a look exactly what it is. But it can also be because they're doing much more attack checks, whether they can attack, than is happening for the humans. They just do a single raycast. So there's things I can improve on the aliens, definitely. Well, in general, there's like, you know, I'm going basically by, I play the game with the profiler on, I see where the biggest drain is, I address the drain, right? And then you go for the next drain, and the next one. Because you don't go and proactively try and go through your code and try and, you know, guess. If you try and guess, like, sometimes, you know, you'll go and work on optimizing something because it looks clearly unoptimized, and you find out it's used so little, it's using less than 0.01 milliseconds, and you're like, well, that was a waste of time, wasn't it? You know, where there I'm doing the turret thing, which dropped it, like, which reduced the amount of load by, let's say, 2 milliseconds, or even more. You know, 2 milliseconds sounds like a tiny bit, but just to clarify, to get 60 FPS, you've got, what, 16 milliseconds from memory? Right, so just to clarify, so we got 1000 milliseconds divided by 60 FPS, yeah, 16.6 milliseconds per frame. That's not much processing time, you know, when you have to do all these complex calculations. Dog, the damn raided crystal collectors ain't working. Huh? No idea what you mean. If you mean raided crystal, like, if you mean the soul harvester, or I guess I need more info of that. Humans versus humans have good FPS throughout the whole game. Yeah, fair. I mean, I think it's also to do with the fact that with aliens, you build up a large army of like, you know, a lot of crabs, a lot of all this, and you send it at once. Because if you send it like more in smaller groups, they get killed. With humans, you tend to kind of like attack more often. It could be that, but I'll have to like profile it. Dram, have you read Designing Data-Intensive Applications by Martin Kleppmann, popular with SREs and system architects? No, I haven't. But the thing is, like, data-intensive applications are completely different to real-time applications, right? Real-time is exactly like when you have a fantastic like database programmer, he will not do well in a game development situation, and vice versa, mind you. All right, because what you require of databases is completely different to what you require like of real-time applications, right? In a database, you know, you need to improve the speed of queries, right? So it doesn't take like too long to actually go through the query, and especially when there's a ton of data involved. In a game, it's completely different, right? Because you're not dealing like, yeah, sure, it's also data intensive, but in a completely different manner, right? Like all the units, you suddenly need to do like, you know, raycasts and all these kind of things, which are completely illogical from a database perspective or anything like that. You need to do very counterintuitive changes to the code. And I say counterintuitive because, you know, to make something more efficient, sometimes can be that, for example, with Take on Mars, right? It can be dependent on the language. With Take on Mars, it was more efficient when I wrote water for there at some point, right? It was a bit of a wank, but you get the point. And when I wrote the water system there, I had calculations using vectors, right? Like obviously vector is just a 3-number value, right? So coordinates, right? And I was using it, just calculating everything using the vectors. And I found out that I gained double the performance by breaking that vector up into 3 individual floats, right? Floating points, so 3 numbers, right? So you take more data in memory, but it becomes like double the efficiency, purely because of the way of obviously memory access and all this kind of stuff. And that was one thing which the scripting language at the time was not very good at. You know, it was extremely efficient in other matters. For example, it didn't have order of operations, which significantly improved the speed of the code, but made it very difficult to work with because it was teaching you just anti-math, right? So it can be really counterintuitive. But I understand what you mean. It might be interesting to read that book, but I don't think it's going to really help here, you know, because we're not dealing with really large databases here. We're dealing with you know, like especially the thing is what you'll usually do with, for example, a ton of targets, and that's already done here, by the way, is you don't go and have a massive list which you just iterate through every time, right? You have it broken down into quad trees because you've got the information volumetrically distributed. What I mean by that is it's spread across the map. So what you can do is you divide the map up into like squares and then smaller squares potentially. Here we're just using a standard. It's not a full quad tree, just a grid, right? And you have all the targets divided into the grids, and so you know immediately, okay, my sensor can only detect things up to a certain grid range, and so you only check those grids. You don't check the entire grid cells. You don't check the entire list of units or whatever. You know? Geez, I need to really speed up my answering because I'm going so slow. Not processing things that my client doesn't care about would help so much in theory, right? Yes and no. Right? It would help in situations where you're far away from combat and where you're far away from like the main battle. In a 3-way, I suspect it would make a big difference, right? But it would absolutely not help in that final push by the aliens. When the aliens are all suddenly swarming your base, it won't help it at all because you suddenly have to calculate everything anyway because they're there. You're all in one position, right? So it would help primarily when things are distributed across the map. You know, which if we look in the battle right now, that's what's happening. It's all distributed, right? So here in the case of, let's say, Lycan's perspective, if we're looking at the stream right now, yeah, it would help a ton, right? It would help a lot, I think. But it would not help the late game situation, which is the most intensive one. So it would improve general performance throughout the match, like especially mid-match, right? Which can help, that's great, right? That's great. But for clients, it wouldn't help single player because on single player you have to calculate everything. Right? I could probably do more simplifications for single player to improve it there too, but it's more how would I say? Because in single player, if you're playing RTS and you're jumping with the camera from one position to the next, it would kill the optimization. So I'd have to like do something very clever there. But absolutely, as an FPS player, in on what we're seeing, what Lycan's doing right now, it would help. Yes, but it just wouldn't care. Like it wouldn't help in like the late game situation. That's a really important thing to know. Is there not something you could do with the number of projectiles RPM fired, like sort of fake the higher fire rate and treat them smaller number than actually appear on screen? Yes, and that is actually what I'm doing. So, for example, I try to keep it, like, you have to keep it reasonable, right? You don't notice it all that much, but for example, the bullets from the assault car on the Centauri, previously called the light armored car, those, when you're firing, it fires, like, the sound is double the fire rate than the actual bullets produced, and the bullets do double the damage, right? So you hear like boom, 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 but but it shoots like boom, 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 boom. You get the point, right? And those, and the reason for that is like you don't notice it because you're not expecting a tracer for every round. So it just kind of like, it just gets lost in the fray, and you don't mind it, right? But yeah, that helps a ton, of course, right? That's how you can reduce the number of projectiles. But there are also like further optimizations I've done to the projectiles here, where, you know, they're like the ones that are far away. I previously, and I have to admit this, I actually had the models drawn for them, right? For bullets at whatever range. Like, they had to be calculated if they're meant to be visible and all this kind of stuff. It was a bit stupid. I've obviously optimized that. You know, then there's still a ton of things which can be improved. In terms of optimization for even just not the projectiles. Ironically, the projectiles are actually very fast. What is not so fast is the projectile impacts, and the irony is it's actually the decals being created that actually cause a performance drain. So I'll have to go and just optimize that. It's a relatively low-hanging fruit. That's one of the optimizations I want to do. But yeah, it's exactly this thing where you go, you run a match, you kind of like go through the profile and you see, oh, why is this eating so much performance? You have a look into the code or into how it's rendered, and you find out, I see, so I need to reduce this. Yeah. I'm just desperate for more frames. Yeah, Pika, I mean, like, the one thing like you could try is, if it is, for example, if the bottleneck for you is the graphics, then just turning down the rendering resolution, the 3D resolution scale, that will help you a ton, right? But if it's not that, if it's a CPU, like if it's CPU related, like as in it's a bottleneck on the CPU, then yeah, obviously, you know, you're limited by what the game can provide. But I think there's still a lot of optimizations I can definitely look into and do before release. I know one is just the general rendering can improve further. Because I know that's illogical talking about rendering and CPU, but the CPU is what decides what to send to the graphics card, right? And for example, the crystals right now, they're very efficient, but they could be even more efficient. So that's what I intend to do. Like significantly more efficient. So that's what I'm going to be doing with those. Not only those, I want to actually there was another performance improvement I have, which I haven't shipped just yet, and that's in fact dividing the map up into like these quadrants, which get combined LODs. So what I've done with the human structures, how they combine the LODs, that significantly improved the performance of rendering for the CPU, because it suddenly doesn't have to go through 300-400 LOD groups, LOD groups, like level of detail groups, which are the individual objects that form a structure. It just goes through one, right? Which has many renderers, but that's a separate issue, right? So there's this stuff which I can still significantly improve. There are some things which won't improve, and I'll need to find the bottlenecks for those. But yeah, the frame rate can still improve, definitely. I'm just desperate for more frames. Yeah, me too, man. Me too, on my old PC. That's why I keep my old PC here, because I use it as a kind of like a test bed, you know. Can we get a pulse check on Lycan? Yeah, Lycan has been silent for a very long time. I think he's talk. I've just gone on a bit of a rant. I think Lycan hasn't had really much of a chance to talk. He's alive though. He is alive. I've seen him move on the image, so it's fine. I'm assuming he's
annihilating everybody. I've got 146 kills now.
All right. What else? Do you create and destroy decals, or do you have a caching system for stuff like that? I cache them. The things I do not cache are structures and units. There's a reason for it, but I want to introduce a cache eventually. Like, units and structures are not created often enough for that to actually impact the performance that much. well, projectiles and decals, of course, are, right? The thing is that projection decals, the way they work is they're very fast, they're great, but as soon as you have too many of them, it starts to really drain the frame rate. And that's what we can see when there's a lot of like rocket impacts and stuff, or bullet impacts. When you have the bullet impact which create a decal and you do a fuck ton of them, it really slows down the frame rate. That can easily be resolved by just not creating them, just creating a kind of like in place kind of a effect which kind of is drawn over whatever is there, right? A cheaper effect essentially. So yes, there is there also I can improve the frame rate. CPU, GPU never really go over 50%. RAM is 90%. Yeah, there's a reason for that, right? So like, how would I say this? It really depends on everything needs to be synchronized with the main thread, right? That's why you're not going to get like you know, there's certain setups which are just going to be fast, and but you really like, it can be the information that needs to be sent to the GPU bottlenecking the CPU, for example. It can be the threads in between each other before they synchronize all the information back to the main thread. That can be a bottleneck, and that results in the main thread being slowed down, so to speak. You know, so there's plenty of this like just in terms of processing which can result in that, right? But if you're looking at the CPU numbers, don't look at the overall CPU usage, because a game will never ever be able to use, unless it's one of the magical ones which can use all threads, but that's usually one which doesn't have very complex gameplay, right? Silica has very complex gameplay. In the sense, I know what I mean by that is, you know, you have deep physical interactions between units, very complex colliders, very complex ballistic system, etc., 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 etc. But otherwise, like the games that usually utilize the entire like CPU, or like a lot of it, are games that can really multi-thread what they're doing, and those are usually games which can break down tasks into small things. That means no physics, first of all, straight off, right? If you look at, for example, Beyond All Reason, I believe, right? That's a game that can handle an absolute fuck ton of things happening at once. But again, you know, you cannot compare it to Silica. It's like comparing apples and oranges, you know. It's like comparing, yeah, okay, you get the point. You know, it's like comparing chess to an RTS. I don't know, that's probably a shit comparison, but you get the point, right? What's happening in Beyond All Reason, individually the units, it's all animation, right? For the most part, it's, at least from memory of seeing the breakdown of it, it's not deep physical interactions. Deep physical interactions are really complex. Especially, like, that's why Silica suffers from performance issues, because it is an FPS at, like, it's been approached as an FPS as well as an RTS, you know. And yes, we do need a leaderboard at the end game. You're very right, and that's planned. Don't worry about it. So,
let's make Naraka, but
not super high priority then. Fire sim. What are the biggest bottlenecks? Okay, so the biggest bottlenecks from last I checked is just physics in general. Is one thing. Another thing I think was the AI, the base AI, that can significantly improve, because just it's a prototype that needs to be overhauled. Remember when I mentioned the prototype versus like release code? Yeah, it's still in a prototype. Like, it's the prototype still being used, and it has behavior trees which like, I don't want to poop on the person that wrote them. The person that wrote them wrote the behavior trees in a way which was nice code, but fucking terrible for real-time code, right? Again, that's what I was mentioning before, like in terms of like optimizations and stuff. Real-time code is very different to nice code. A lot of real-time code is going to be fucking ugly, right? So, for example, when you're doing like you know, for database applications, or for like things which work like for that, you'll use for each a lot, right? But for is significantly faster than for each. Just iterating through a for loop is just faster than the for each function, because of the way it works, right? So what you want to do is you want to keep the code ugly. You want to stick to as simple code as possible, essentially. You know. So, oh shit! I've just lost where I was. So one of the I think I'm not aware of the bottlenecks right now in, for example, what's happening on the PB. But one of the bottlenecks I know of is the AI, the base AI controller, which is something that just needs to change because it's not even efficient. You know, it's got basically a blackboard which is object agnostic, or type agnostic, and that's a problem because then you have to retype everything like you put into it, and then when you get it back, you need to say, all right, fucking what type are you? Oh, you're this. Okay, cool. I know what to kind of like data to expect from, etc., etc., etc. This is complex, and it's just not efficient. So I'm going to completely rewrite that part to be significantly more efficient, and therefore we should get much better performance just from that. That means that when there's a lot of units, that will kind of like lose the performance drain it currently has. But I need to go and still add profiling to a ton of other stuff, which I want to find out what is causing bottlenecks. You know, but again, you know, that's part of the deep dive into the AI. So I would like to formally apologize for blowing up the bug nest. In my defense, it was really heavily damaged. Could you make us a very simple platform that modders can use as a repair bay, just so that it's easier for more vehicles without making a lot of work for you? Right, so well, if I make a very simple platform, I mean, that means a new structure, a new construction site, new construction preview, ergo, a new structure. If I'm doing a new structure, I might as well do the like the repair functionality itself, right? We have the repair system on the backlog. We will be like addressing it by release from memory. It should be in the plan. So, you know, my target was to have a platform as well as a repair unit because it allows for like, you know, the healer, so to speak, right? So unfortunately, Mr. Frankenhart, I cannot exactly do that. I mean, what I would suggest to like you ask of Databomb or someone asks of Databomb is just to put the repair pad, for example, on the silo, right? And then you just make the range larger, you know? I mean, that would just be the easiest way, in my opinion. Would it be possible to offload the physics to a compute-optimized EC2 instance and send the data over the network, or would latency make it unworkable? Okay, I'm not entirely sure what you mean by EC2. I'll have a look at that quickly, because I just want to know what the fuck. You mean like Amazon Elastic Compute Cloud? If you mean that, then yeah, that would be dreadful, because usually the compute clouds, you know, I mean, they get the data, they have it in a queue, then they process it, then they send it back, and that's just latency would just make it like unfortunately unworkable. You know, that's why programming real-time applications is such a pain. You got so little time to work with. You know, what you could do though is, for example, do the high-level AI like that, right? Where you'd send a bunch of data onto a separate, a third-party like server, you could say, where it calculates it based on the information you've given it, which and you'd use it for stuff where latency doesn't matter that much. So, for example, the Commander AI. You know, in my opinion, it's just not worth the benefit. Right, it's just not worth it, because it's like the Commander AI of all things doesn't really eat much performance, right? So it's just not worth it. Plus then, if you rely on a third party, and here's the biggest thing, right? You've got that whole movement of like save games, right? So that games are always playable. If you rely on a third party, your game suddenly is not only you know, like needing Windows to remain functional, Steam to remain functional, Steam networking to remain functional, or let's say Epic Online Services to remain functional, but now a third one as well. You know, so you want to avoid like your application requiring third parties as much as possible, unless you don't give a shit about the survival of your game. That's just the honest part of it. And I do care about the survival. I want this game to be able to function in fucking 20 years, right? But yeah, so unfortunately that would just be, even if it was workable, I would still avoid it for that reason. We need a leaderboard at in-game. Oh yes, I mentioned it before. How else will I gloat? Yes, indeed. That was a crazy battle. So many gunship kills. Yeah, Lycan was just shooting too many things. He should have been killed earlier.
I only had 2 deaths and 100 and God knows how many kills.
Evil. I know all projectiles and everything are simulated in real time in Beyond All Reason. The game offers fully simulated projectile ballistics, explosion physics, and terrain deformation. fair enough. I guess I'll have to check it out a bit more. But I mean, you know, the budget of Beyond All Reason is also a little bit different than Silica. Let's be honest there as well. But projectile ballistics is one thing, but the vehicles and these things, you know, being the complex physics like in Silica, that's another one. They don't have, I can just guarantee 100%, they don't have the collision world as complex as in Silica. Even just the terrain, even just the objects and everything, you don't interact with it as much, right? But yeah, it's not on the same level as Silica. Yeah, exactly. It's like I'm not comparing, to be perfectly frank, I'm not comparing dick sizes, right? If we're going to compare that, then Beyond All Reason has a significantly larger dick, let's be honest. You know, because its budget is just somewhere else. But, you know, it's exactly like in Beyond All Reason. It would be awesome if in Beyond All Reason you could go into the detail of Silica, but you can't, because that's just a limitation, you know? If you did, it would run like shit. That's the point. So Silica is trying to kind of go for that, like, large-scale feel, but it can't go that large. There is a way to do it, mind you, right? Like, one thing you could do is mesh multiple servers together, and this is going to, like, not happening for 1.0, or if at all. But one thing you could do is mesh multiple servers together, make a really large fucking location, and have, like, you know, one server handles that, one server handles that, one server handles that, etc., etc., etc. And you kind of interconnect them, right? Server meshing, essentially, like you get in Star Citizen. The theory is simple, the practice is difficult, but it is possible, right? So you'd have the map, it would be updated with all the shit that's going on in the other servers, and it would feel like you're in a gigantic fucking battle. And when you go and try and teleport somewhere, you in fact switch server, right? It sounds fun. It's insane in terms of the logistics, but it is possible. But it's like, for Silica, it's not necessary, right? If there was ever a Silica 2 in the future, that's maybe when something like this could be considered, you know? But otherwise, just not for Silica 1. It's just not realistic. Yeah, we'll make a replay out of it. Yeah, that would be awesome to see the replay, Mr. Connect. Your replay tool is just epic, man. Bottleneck is that Core needs a faster PB server CPU. Maybe someone has fast CPU, some fast CPU not needed. Yeah, like, oh, I mean, Lycan, what the hell was that?
I exploded. It
is a
once a week thing that I do.
The RAM, ouch, yeah. Foxhole does the server thing. Yeah, makes sense. I mean, like I said, the theory behind server meshing is simple. The practice is difficult, right? It's just like, you know, you having going from one server to another, you can have it as you're approaching the edge, you start connecting to the other server, and it's ready to kind of, in quotations, ready to go. It's not sending you anything, but it's ready to go, right? So you have multiple connections happening at the same time. It's definitely possible even here, right? It's just something you don't want to be doing because it's just a logistical nightmare. And yeah, it's a bit beyond what Silica needs to do, quite frankly, you know. Like, you know, Silica doesn't have a problem with the networking, so to speak, you know, because there's like, what I can still do to further improve network load is, for example, in Lycan's position, if we just saw the map there, right? He's far away from the action. Right now, there is absolutely no reason he needs to receive all of the other units in all their detail, you know, at the moment. He just doesn't need that, right? So that's what I can do. I can do it so that, you know, do I send this information to Lycan if he's so fucking far away from it? Well, no, he's not in the same sphere of influence, right? So I skip every few updates, for example, right? And just skipping, like, just to clarify, as soon as you go with physics, right, you're immediately presented with a certain problem, right? You not only have to synchronize the position, but now you have to synchronize, and rotation, but now you have to synchronize position, rotation, linear velocity, and angular velocity, right? And you need to interpolate between them. That is, of course, a drain in itself, right? And then you have to make an algorithm which kind of makes that feel good, right? So you send more than double the information, because for linear velocity you cannot easily compress that value, right? You can partially, but for position you cannot compress it. And for angular velocity, again, similar problem. You can compress it, but you can't compress it too much. So you can kind of break it, like you can divide it, right? So one update you send the position, next one you send the velocities, next one you send position, etc., 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 etc. I don't have it 100% optimized, I'll be honest, like, because it's just one of the things I still have to get to, and that will also decrease the CPU load for servers, right? It will, and partially also clients, because if you're receiving a fuck ton of data, you know, you still have to process that data and apply it. If you're receiving less data to apply, less load, right? And less performance drain. But it's not that much of a performance drain. The biggest performance drains are elsewhere. But like, because this, of course, this I specifically measured. But in the like for the server, when he has to address 50 players and send so much detailed information, it will begin to be a performance drain. And this is what I want to do. I want to like I want to be able to do like some basic profiling on servers where it writes to, let's say, a file or something. I'll have to see how I manage it, right? More important is right now getting the AI, because that's just the top priority. But other than that, like once I get to further optimizations, yeah, one of the things that needs to happen, we need to profile the server. Sorry. And we need to see where all the performance is being lost on the server, right? Because when there's 50 players, that's something that's going to be difficult to gauge. But I want to see the difference between when there's one player, like one client, and when there's two, and when there's three, and when there's four. If you see it's like growing exponentially, then you know that's one place where you can start saving a lot of performance, and, for example, reduce the impact on the PB server. You know, for example, with 60 people. It's running 5 FPS, well, you know, that's almost certainly because of a lot of stuff that's happening, but at the same time, I suspect it's also because of the just amount of data it needs to send and process. To be honest, I have 64 gigabytes of DDR4 RAM. I just bought extra for the server. I can take 32 gigabytes out. We just need the rest. You're welcome to profile my server for development, Dram. You are awesome, Cornholio. And I would very much love to do that at some point, once I get a chance to dive around to this. But yeah, like right now, I really need to focus on the AI. I really do. I want to make some good strides in that, to be able to get that out as soon as possible. I mean, that's a typical networking problem: exponential complexity with each additional client. Yep, it is indeed exactly that problem.
Dramalam.
Yo.
In regards to teleportation,
we need a good soul commander. Yes.
Yes.
It's incredibly powerful at the start of a game to kill an enemy's HQ just by teleport alone. Do you feel maybe peer-to-peer teleport might be better? And then hover bikes for travel? And it would give like the outpost a revive as well, because you could use that as like a teleport peer for front line. For example, I don't know, you put an outpost at the front line, you could then teleport from the barracks to the outpost and then get into the fight in that way, rather than just teleport randomly across the map.
Mm-hmm. So it's a good point. Like with teleportation, I do want to revise it, because right now, exactly, it can be very OP, especially later on. Like, I mean, the typical situation: you get a sneaky dude who hides near the enemy base, and he's just essentially the teleport anchor, right? And everyone else goes and teleports to his position and is attacking. One way I actually want to address this is to change the teleport system to only allow you to teleport to within your structure ranges, within, let's say, mobile spawn points. And a mobile spawn point I would consider, for example, a transport truck, right? A transport truck, in my opinion, should serve as a mobile spawn point. That is, that you know, you'll be able to choose your loadout. Probably not the heaviest, yeah. So not like a Juggernaut or a Templar, but let's say a rifleman or a trooper, or even, you know, obviously militia and scout. You'd be able to do it in and just spawn at a transport truck, right? In a transport truck. But that's spawn. But for teleport, you know, that could be, it could serve as a teleport anchor. right? That kind of a vehicle. That's fair enough. But otherwise, I actually want to do it so that that points of interest. And by the way, the thing I'm playing with is just a fucking this, yeah, just fidget shit. Anyway,
Fidget shit.
fidget shit. So what I want to do is I want to do it so that points of interest can act as teleport anchors, right? As well, points of interest being, right now the only points of interest in the game are bunkers. Eventually, there are meant to be significantly more points of interest, right? At one point, I was considering of actually doing them as that they define the map and that you actually go and like sector control them, right? But I've kind of gone back on that for various reasons. Like I don't want to break the game, but points of interest will definitely improve the gameplay significantly, and they should play a role. To give an idea, like points of interest would be generic locations, relatively speaking, but they'd have, for example, ambient resources. Ambient resources which you can gain when you capture the location, or they give you a new unit, or they give you something, right? Let's say a +1 tech, right? So that would be a very important point of interest, and that would naturally create points you want to capture, right? And that you don't need the sector control mechanic in that case, because it's just going to naturally be a point you want to capture, because you don't want your enemy to have a +1 tech when you're far behind, right? Yeah. So, or let's say the ambient resources, It's exactly this kind of thing, and those points of interest could act as teleport anchors. But right now, teleporting anywhere in the map, it's fun, but it's not good for gameplay because it can be cheesed too easily. Yeah. And I've used it myself to cheese at some point as well. When you're losing a match or whatever, you kind of reach that frustration point when you die too often, where you're like, all right, fuck it, I'll just teleport wherever, and you get the point, right? It just happens. So obviously those limits need to be put in place. So yes, the teleportation will change, and it will be more limited, because right now it's too open, and at the same time the teleport map is, it doesn't have any information, which is frustrating. So, yeah, you can expect it to change.
Good.
What are Silica's current resource hogs? It was a question mentioned before. I'm not 100% certain, but I know of one of them because like I already did some optimizations, and then I didn't do any further optimizations because I was focusing on finishing the units, etc., etc., etc. But otherwise, I will be diving back into it eventually. But the last performance hog I remember, or one where I know there's some performance that can be gained, is simply the base AI calculations, right? The base AI controller. That was what I mentioned before. So that's one of the ones where we can get free performance, so to speak. Soul just lost under 5 minutes to teleports. Yeah, I mean, if the teleport spams, it's just a bit dumb. It's exactly. Yeah, I agree with Mr. Lycan here that needs to change. Upgradable buildings, maybe an anti-teleport technology for HQ and research building in a small radius. Well, I mean, I think like anti-teleport is maybe that would be a bit strange. I just think it's better to limit it as was mentioned. Oh, maybe you could make the transport deploy into a teleport beacon. Yeah. Well, I mean, I wouldn't make it deploy, because a transport deploying into a teleport beacon is a bit strange. But especially that introduces another level of complexity, which I don't think is really necessary. But the transport's acting as a mobile spawn point, and also thus a mobile teleport anchor. Why not? I think that makes sense. It makes them a better target. It's like, oh shit, destroy that because people are going to spawn there or teleport there. But yeah, currently, I like the way the teleportation works, but it is a little bit much at times. If it's used in the kind of general situation, for example, where Lycan is now, and someone else teleports to join him, then it's fine. But it's just when you're approaching the enemy territory where it becomes problematic. So, I mean, that's one way of doing it. It's like it has to be within a certain distance of enemy structures, or outside of a certain distance of enemy structures to allow teleporting. That's another way to do it, right? You limit it to, let's say, 300-400 meters, and that might be enough. But it might not. So, I mean, it's something I want to experiment with a little bit more, but it needs some visualization as well. Though with the maps being so huge, maybe it won't help. Like, oh, the anti-teleport. Yeah. I mean, the whole point of adding teleportation was because the maps are huge, right? One of the things like that was mentioned was being able to get from the middle of fucking nowhere back to your base quickly, right? Obviously when not under attack. And I think that would be also another nice way, like another nice thing to do is to add like the possibility to teleport from wherever the fuck you are back to your, let's say, nearest HQ, you know? I think that would also be beneficial. But of course, what do the aliens get? You know, because all this teleport stuff is completely ignoring the aliens. And the alien gameplay can be really frustrating because it requires a ton of running. And so the aliens need to have that improved as well. You know, I haven't dumped the tunnel idea, but, you know, they need something to be able to travel vast distances quicker. It's so difficult to switch my brain from HA distributed 99.99% uptime systems to something real-time like Silica. Yeah, I mean, it's exactly the, I guess HA you mean hardware agnostic. Yeah, like, it's exactly the thing, like, you know, real-time applications, especially, they need to be self-contained, right? That's a really important point. There needs to be a self-contained game, right? You don't want it reliant on several third parties, because otherwise, if those third parties stop existing, or Silica is not selling as well, and you stop providing those third parties, or those third parties stop providing, boom, your game's no longer playable online, and that's just a pity. You know? Maybe HQ Barracks only has a certain small teleport range, then use points of interest to capture and teleport to. Yeah, that's what I mentioned before. Both the harvesters have a helipad, so can we assume aerial resource pickups is definitely on the roadmap? If yes, when? That was a good question, Giuseppe. That was asked before by, I forgot, I think Laka asked it or someone, right? Probably not before 1.0. The reason is I had wanted to do it, so like for example the transport, like the dropship and the shuttle would be able to pick up resources and ferry them back to base, but you know there are more prioritized. There are things which are of higher priority. You know, it has its own complexity because the vehicle needs to land on the harvester correctly and all this kind of stuff. So I need to make a special system for that, which wouldn't be that difficult. But again, it's work that needs to be done, and there's more important things. I'm sure everyone would prefer AI improvements to being able to land, like, you know, resource ferrying from the harvesters. Wasn't the teleportation mechanic a sort of holdover feature temporary originally? Kinda would like more emphasis on the other forms of transport. Right, it wasn't actually temporary. So the thing was, like, I'll give you the entire lowdown, right, of this, but it won't be long, don't worry. So basically what was happening was, Rift Basin was one of the first maps. In fact, it was the first map, right? And Rift Basin is only 3 kilometers, only. I enjoyed, like, running across the map, but obviously I don't enjoy it all the time, right? But when I played it, I enjoyed, like, the first few times running across the map and trying to hide from the enemy and this kind of stuff. I enjoyed that. Once you die and you do it again and again and again, that becomes really annoying. And that was of course mentioned by the internal QA of Bohemia, right? Obviously it makes sense. So I was like thinking of a way to kind of like sort the situation. I thought, you know what, it could be interesting if in the Silica lore there was teleportation, and that could explain a lot of things of like how we got to this planet, and why don't we have like these stellar traveling ships which are like just you know able to teleport everywhere. And that was the whole lore was created around this mechanic, in fact, like to be able to solve the situation of traveling vast distances in the match, right? Vast distances, well, relatively small distances, but you get the point. And I thought, you know, because like just doing teleportation would be a bit dumb, so I want to do it a little bit more interesting, and add in exactly the thing where there is a oh god, what was it? What did I call it again? Uncertainty, right? The whole idea was that, you know, I thought, okay, to make it so it's not OP, so you can't teleport to exactly where you want to. Then the further away you are from the source, the more kind of like randomized it is where it lands. That solves part of the gameplay implications, because you don't have like 20 people teleporting to the one location, but they're spread out, and then they have to regroup, right? Depending on how far away they are from the thing. And so the idea was like, okay, cool. I can work that into the whole game and like the whole lore behind it, right? And that's how that lore in fact came to be. I worked it into the whole thing where I said, you know what, in fact, people are not that technologically advanced because it's only 300 years, and quite frankly, the technological progress of the last 20 years has been pathetic compared to like you know, the previous 20 years and so on. That's a separate issue. Well, depends on which field, fair enough, but you get the point. So I thought, okay, I'll make it a little bit more like integral to the whole thing, where people trying to travel vast distances, you know, they invent teleportation, and it's like, oh, that's epic, we can teleport things. But then they find out it's drawn to gravity wells, such as planets, stars, black holes, and so when you try to teleport stellar distances, you get attracted to the nearest star or the fucking black hole and so on. And so it basically makes it impractical for proper utilization at vast distances. And so the whole idea is Centaurus is the only colony that has been like outside of the solar system that has been like that has been created, because you know it's Proxima Centauri. It's only 4 light years away from us. It's our nearest star. So the teleportation kind of works to that range where you do like multiple jumps. But then trying to go further out, you got exactly the problem. You get sucked into a star and teleport into a star, for example, right? So that's the idea. And it's like, okay, why does it work to Bolterus? And that I don't want to reveal. That will be revealed in the campaign, right? I don't want to kind of like reveal it. It will be a bit law-breaking. But there is a very good reason, and it's only specific to Bolterus, right? The teleportation link to Bolterus specifically works, but nowhere else, right? And you know, people sent out drones and they found out, oh, it only works there. Why? And of course, we're people, right? If you don't find the why very quick, but you find a resource which you can, you know, abuse and utilize, you start mining that shit and not care about why it works, right? What is the Bolterium? Well, what is it, right? I mean, we know now, I already revealed that part of the lore already. It's basically a metabolite, right, of the aliens, but I'm not going to go further into that, but basically it's produced by the aliens. That's why it's a recyclable resource, you know. But that'll be kind of like addressed more in the campaign. But nevertheless, that's how it kind of like went from just like solving a gameplay mechanic to in fact working it into the entire lore. And that's the whole idea of like, you know, the uncertainty radius. And sorry for just going way too fucking much into that. Okay, and so and as for the other forms of transport, this was also mentioned before, right? Like not today, but another time. I answered it ages ago. The biggest problem is if you need transport vehicles to transport you somewhere, of course you got the hover bike. That's available when you need it, right? You go pop, you got a hover bike, and you fuck off. But if you have transport vehicles, the biggest problem with transport vehicles is that they need to be available, right? And so what happens is you spawn in a barracks, and if you want one available, it needs to drive to you. That takes some time, and it needs to take you across the map. That takes even more time, right? Or take you to the front line or whatever. So it's not actually a solution, because you'd have to have a crap ton of these transport vehicles, right? So that's the biggest problem with it. It's not actually a solution. It's just another way, and it is an interesting way, 100%. Especially if you deploy with another 50 infantry, for example. That's a very good way, but you get the point. You know, it's unfortunately not the solution that we need. Also, will there be any logistic aids to get you units, even vehicles faster from A to B? Vehicles, no. There won't be any like there won't be a carry-all, at least not by 1.0, not for 1.0. Yeah, 100%. I'll say that straight. I would love a carry-all, which would just grab a harvester, drop it off at a fucking crystal field and return and whatever, right? That would be a ton of fun, you know, especially if you could fly it. Not realistic. Just not realistic to have that by 1.0. So, unfortunately, no. There's nothing that will like increase vehicles like thing. What I will do, I will be addressing vehicle speeds. I will generally speed them up, and characters as well, to a degree, not excessively, but somewhat. Will there be a different kind of hover bike for Centauri, snowmobile? Yes, there will be like a different kind of vehicle for Centauri. I thought about doing a dirt bike. I did experiments with it, but the problem with the dirt bike is it's just much more limited than the hover bike, and because the hover bike you can just like turn it anywhere and it just stays in the air. So to ensure the gameplay for the both is the same level of accessibility in terms of the terrain, etc. I will probably not do a hover bike, not do a dirt bike, but instead do like a rocket bike, which acts more or less the same as the hover bike. It sounds like a cheap thing, but the thing is, it's just important to have the same options available for the two teams. Dirt bike might sound really fun though, but you get the point. How much help does the team receive from the Bohemia Incubator program? What kind of support, if any? That's a bit of a complex one. So, like, I mean, you know, Bohemia Incubator is funding the entire game, right? So that's the greatest support you can get, quite frankly, because games are very expensive to make. You know, if you think about anyone's salary and you need to pay X amount of people, you know, that just like, and especially you're developing something for X amount of years. You know, in other industries, and this is the important thing, right? This is the ridiculous thing about it. In other industries, you got a turnaround rate of like a month, two, maybe, you know, whatever. You know, houses are put up faster than a game is made. You know, than a proper game is made. So it's yeah, the turnaround rate is what's the biggest issue. If you're making a large game like Silica, it takes 5 years to make, and what do? You have to pay the people the entire time, obviously, right? So funding is the greatest support provided. Then there's also marketing. Some of the marketing we did ourselves, because just Scrooty is really good at videos and stuff, right? Great guy, and now he's working on the campaign. But yeah, that's a like a very large part of the support, and like the CEO of Bohemia Interactive, he's a friend of mine, and so like you know, because I've just worked at Bohemia Interactive for 15 years before, so like he gives me feedback, very raw feedback. He will say if something is shit, he will say it's shit, literally it's shit. So you know, he doesn't mince words, and I prefer that, to be honest. You know, it's why mince words? Why say, oh, this could be a little bit better? Nah, if it's fucking shit, it's fucking shit. GG, right? So the support from that regard as well. Like the CEO, he literally plays Silica and gives feedback based on his play, which is great, right? It's not like just reports or whatever. You've seen or played Hell Let Loose? The system in that game for spawning might be interesting for Silica. I'll have a look. I think I've heard the guys mention it. I haven't played it because I just was working on Silica. But I'll have a look at what you mean. But I know, I think, is it basically where there is like one of the people is like a spawn anchor, so to speak, or I don't remember now. I had a real cool idea for the aliens. Lore-wise, the alien FPS players are free mind, so why not allow them access the third-person map like the commander, except they can still only control one unit at a time? I'm not sure exactly what you mean, but you mean like that they could have a commander map like the strategy map, like the strategy view, and they can only control one unit at a time. If so, I actually thought about doing that in general for FPS, like that you could just go into that view, and instead of controlling FPS, you would tell yourself where to move, right? Make it like kind of like Defense of the Ancients, you know, Dota, for example, you know, something like that. If that's what you mean, right? And of course that you could only like you could switch to another unit. I have thought about that. But I mean, FPS is FPS. I love FPS. I don't know. Like it's something to consider, definitely, man. Frankenhart. VI or Emacs? I am not sure what you mean now. Not familiar with that terminology, man. And when they die or want to change unit, they go back into strategy view. Ah, right, I see what you mean. Yeah, I mean, I have considered what to do exactly in the situation of like the aliens dying, because it's really annoying to respawn as an alien. It's pointless. I mean, the biggest advantage of the alien, because you're a free mind, should be that you don't die. You can transfer your fucking mind into other alien units, so you should be able to just go into this like view where you can transfer to another one nearby, right? Or get transferred to another one nearby. This is something that we are still on like designing, but definitely it's something that we want to address, because switching exactly when you die as an alien and then having to run the whole way yet again just because you died as a crab is incredibly annoying. You mentioned aliens not having teleportation. What about a hive mind system? Not teleportation, but be able to jump into another alien. Yes, I have thought about this before. Jumping into another alien is definitely a valid solution, right? Like you could open the map and switch into a different one, right? But the... Oh, siege tank. The problem with it is the units need to actually be there, right? So, I mean, generally, if you're attacking somewhere, it just wouldn't solve the problem all that much. It could improve things, definitely. I think it could like make things like, okay, I want to be a Colossus now, and there's a Colossus in the middle of the map, so I'll switch into him. That could definitely improve things. That's 100% true. But I don't think it'd be like the solution for the standard situation. But that said, like it doesn't allow you to get across like vast distances as the unit you want to be. Right? So, for example, if you know, as a crab, especially at the beginning of the game, you die. There's not that many units available. It won't help you at all, you know. Whereas the humans have teleportation straight from the get-go. Dram secretly added stealth units. Yeah. I mean, I wrote the detection system to allow stealth, because stealth can be fun. It just needs to be done well, you know. Thought maybe about separating out specifically just transport vehicles so that FPS players can spawn them, or perhaps transport operating like remote spawn points just for players. Yeah, so remote spawn points. That's what I mentioned. But otherwise, players spawning them, there's a problem with that, right? If players could spawn them, what's the limitation? You know, how do you limit this? And how do they spawn? Can they go to the factory and order them, or can they just like anywhere in the field just spawn one in the field? If it's the latter, that's a problem, obviously. You know. Oh no worries, man. No worries about the questions being disordered. Right. It is 11 p.m., so it is more or less time for me to probably go to bed.
No worries, Mr. Dram.
I will be fair, I have done nothing on that globe. But actually no, I won't close it yet. I'll actually probably hop off stream and do a little bit more on the globe, so Scrooty has something to work with tomorrow. Which means I will be hopping off. But yeah, you get the point. I've hijacked too much of the conversation anyway.
I've had my vocal cords like nice and chill all day, so I'm glad. I'm allowed to say.
Incidentally, you know you have comments turned off, or is that intentional?
Huh?
You have comments turned off.
No, comments are on.
Really? Why is it telling me comments are off? Whatever, it's not important. I guess it might be after the live stream is done or some shit. Who knows?
Yeah, the stream's still going and comments should still be on. Yeah, comments still coming through.
Oh no, that's chat, but I mean like, oh, well, whatever, don't worry about it.
Oh, comments are off until after the stream's finished, because it's live
yeah,
chat
that's what I thought.
Until it ends, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I was just wondering, because I saw it and I was like, what the fuck? Maybe aliens can tunnel from node to node for long distance movement. That's actually not as far-fetched as that sounds, that's true. Like, one way it could, like, we could do it is that crabs, when...
Mark 8. It's impossible.
I'll have to think about that. I have to, like, you know, design implications. Like, moving from node to node, that would definitely be a valid solution, because that limits you to the range of the alien structures and whatnot, right? So that, for example, aliens could burrow and move fast within alien territory. But then again, would you expect a crab to move faster underground compared to above ground, especially with the with the physiology of the crab? That's another problem, right? So I mean, one way to do it would be that, and this is not like this is one way to kind of like approach it, is that as an alien you could be how would I say this? Absorbed into like a node, for example, or into one of the a node would make just to make the most sense in this regard. Be absorbed as biotics, literally, and then move through the system. So you're then, because underground there's a whole the idea is that underground there's tentacle systems, right, interconnected. That's what the nodes are. What you're seeing on above ground is not what's happening underground, right? There's meant to be like little tentacles underground. So you basically be like converted into biotics, and because you're a free mind, and so you're basically alien goop. Yeah, as Gauntz is writing now. And you go through the tentacles through wherever, so you can go relatively fast, and then kind of like be recreated at the other end. And it would take a little while, right? Like a little while, as in like 10, 15 seconds, just so it's not instant. But that means you'd only travel from node to node, not like be able to pop out anywhere, of course, right? That could actually, I'll write that down because that's actually an interesting idea to explore as a solution, because it's actually not that complex. You'd have to have some way of like doing an absorption of the creature, but I'll have to think about it.
Our base is under attack. Structure lost. Our base is under attack.
I mean, it has implications, of course. But anyway, thanks for your time, Brian. Lots of interesting discussions. Oh, thank you, man. Thank you guys for asking. I see your point about alien spawn classes, maybe alien evolution, metamorphosis, turn from one alien into another. Yeah, that's what I actually originally intended. That you would start off as a crab, then evolve into... The horned crab was just added, in fact, later on. But that you would then evolve into the scorpion, in fact, right? So the aliens would go like in natural selection too, basically. I chose this route because it was just more RTS style. It'd be a bit more difficult to control the other one.
Our base is under attack.
Wait, what?
Sounds like we need a crab cannon-like device. A crab chucker? Oh, crabapult when? Crab turns into... Oh shit, where was I? Fuck, it jumped. Crab turns to alien goop, flows through the nodes, then grows a new body at destination. Yeah, essentially. The only thing is, with that, is the logical problem, right? If I can go into a node and then get absorbed as goop and then get recreated at the end, why do I need spawning cysts? So if it went from, let's say, cyst to cyst, then that's a little bit of a different story, right? But it just might be better just to do tunnels, I'll have to think about it, like I said. But Hell Let Loose has a tiered spawn system. Squads have an outpost captains can place. The whole team can spawn at garrisons, but they have to be built with an engineer supplies.
Come on then, you want
Air and commanders can drop airhead spawns anywhere with team points. Okay, fair enough. I'll have to have a look at that. Righto, everyone. It was a pleasure. Thank you for having me as always. I didn't play because I intended to do a bit of work in the background, but I got carried away with the questions or responses to questions. Sorry for hijacking the chat, Mr. Lycan.
All good.
But I guess at least you.
I just teleported into a bunch of enemies, like players. I just murdered them all as a Templar.
Oh, that's evil.
Just absolutely murdered them all. My hill now. That was brilliant. Well, thank you very much for joining us, Dram, and thank you for answering all of the questions.
No worries, it is my pleasure.
But yeah, looking forward to the updates, like all the balance and changes and all the next stuff. That you can chill out a little bit more because of the unit split finally being in the release branch.
Oh yeah, that was an important milestone, man. It was an important one indeed. Like, really needed to get that update out.
Yeah.
Righto. Well, you enjoy the rest of your evening. Everyone else, you guys enjoy as well. I hope I answered everything to the best of my abilities. We shall see each other. Turn off notifications. Go away. We shall see each other next time. Will you be doing a Silica Sundays next week, man?
What is next week? Sunday wise, let's have a look.
21st.
Yes, I will be.
Excellent. So I'll probably join that one, and then 28th I most likely won't be, nor will I be on the 4th. So then I'll be like, because I'll have my parents over, so I'll be working like during the days, but I just won't be able to like do these things on the weekends.
Cool.
So yeah, so I shall hopefully join you next week.
No worries. Thank you very much for joining, Dram. Say bye everybody to Dramalan. He's off to bed after he does something with his globe.
Yes,
with his globules. The holy globules.
The holy globules. Man, Space King is so epic.
It is. Have you watched the newest episode?
I have.
Yes.
I have indeed.
Definitely recommend it. Definitely recommend it. The nose.
Hate Monger is the best, man. That's like 50% of the fun in the show.
Hate Monger being like everyone thinks he's gay, but he's not gay.
He just hates aliens.
Just hates aliens. He also did a Kingsmas. Is it Kingsmas? It is Kingsmas. He did a Kingsmas message as well.
I noticed that. I have to have a look at it. I'll have to have a look at it.
It is good. It is good.
Righto, everyone. You all take care. Good night and goodbye. Righto. See you, man.
Catch you later, mate.
See ya.
Right, guys, it is just me and you for this last game of tonight. Yes, I've not been saying much, but I've left Dram to answer all of your questions. So I have been chilling and killing and annihilating the battlefield, as I do, you know.
Our base is under attack.
But no, that first, well, technically the first long game, I popped off. I annihilated everything in my path. Everything. There was nothing left. And Nect, what was that? When you was a sniper and I teleported in. What was that, Nect?
My bad.
Our base is under attack.
Yo, Sleepy stays up another 20 to 30 minutes, sometimes more. Yeah, that's Dram though, isn't it? There's always something for him to do. So... But then, we've always got something to do, right? There's just not enough time in the day. But no, Silica's looking very nice, very crisp. The frame rates are... I mean, for me, they're fine. The networking is a bit off, but that's probably just because of how many players are in the game, really. No, it deflected. Tangy Tomato gets absolutely annihilated by the spine of this great worm. Bruh.
Got him. Hey, you got the high.
Leave me alone, you heathen.
Hey, how do you repair? I just got the game like 10 minutes ago.
You take care
Next to the light vehicle.
to light vehicle factory.
Okay, that's all the way back there, I guess.
Our base is under attack.
Specifically, it's the man-sized doors, not the Vietnam ones.
Yeah, I tried repairing my ship. The water my ship. The water.
tell you in the chat when you're hitting the vehicle repair zone. Okay, I'm gonna go try that now.
I am the flak.
Yep. It's a bit finicky, but once you got it down, you know how to do it.
Oh, infantry.
Our base is under attack. Our base is under attack.
I feel like flak needs more velocity as well. I do feel like that needs more velocity because I can counterplay flak in the in any gunship. So I do feel like there needs to be more velocity to the flak because that travel time is a bit too long.
Like you're all doing pretty good.
Expanding though.
Yeah, flak needs a little bit of work, but that's just balancing issues mainly.
Enemy base located.
I know that from personal experience with the gunship. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. That was not a good teleport. I wanted to teleport into Lucker, but... that Crimson tank needs repairs.
Expand far east.
All these Crimson tanks need repairs. Tell you what, where's closest light factory? I'm going to take his tank back.
I tried it already.
Won't take me long to get there, so... and I'll put another tank in the action then.
Building up over there.
Can't play to kill it.
Come on, tank. Come on, you can do it.
Our base is under attack. Enemy approaching.
Can you make a bomber? Like a plane?
Come on, tank.
No, tech is blocked. We cannot get to Mark 8.
Come on, tank.
Okay. There was one I was using earlier, but I couldn't repair it, so I dropped
No,
it.
I'm making a dreadnoughts. They should be pretty powerful as well.
Okay, thank you.
Where's next?
Starting to hit the HQ over here.
Come on, 4 guys. Why their HQ is immortal? Why this HQ takes like 50 rockets and stays
Our
still?
base is under attack.
The one you just marked, because I'm doing damage with the command.
Oh yeah, this tank's pretty beat up. I'll get it fixed.
And people like, was it teleport into my position with was it the commando units?
Where's the technology center?
Very well.
Where are you? Here.
He's showing the out. Fuck.
Come on, I'm trying to look at the spawn command and the console's been absolutely spammed.
He's trying to make me fight me, lads. Please spawn on me. Go commando and spawn on me.
Spawn, sent, research, facility, Centauri. I need to do it here actually. So we go camera, spawn, sent, research, facility. Facility, Centauri. I spelled it wrong. Spawn, sent underscore research, facility, Centaur. I spelled it wrong. I'm so tired. Jesus.
Siege tank coming from the north. Oh, 2 siege tanks.
I'm just one guy.
Who's commander? YCH.
Oh, that's why we're lagging so much. We got a cheater as commander.
hell was that shooting at? A worm? Thing is, I can't mark anything until I've taken control of a unit. Apparently I'm a worm. I mean, yeah, I'll be a worm.
Our base is under attack. Our base is under attack. Our base is under attack. Enemy approaching.
I don't think YCH has got his chat open. Let me get my microphone.
That's interesting. Oh, wait.
YCH, try and use the new text center I put down for you.
Sector for the Centurion is basically like a small bomber. Cool.
I cannot hear him.
But the tech just won't upgrade, just stays at like 1%, so it just won't go up.
Which building are you doing it through? We need to blow that building up.
Come on, UDC.
This one, the new one, like this one over here.
Yeah, so that was me.
You're literally a legend. You survived the hatchet from Colossus. You dancing.
Let's have a look. I need to destroy it. Oh, you can just sell it. You can just sell it. Actually, hold on. You can just sell it. YCH, just sell that building.
Okay.
Structure lost.
Oh, can we switch commanders like in natural selection?
Harvester under attack.
Yes.
Killed my
Structure lost.
I killed my HQ by accident.
Oh no. You selected the wrong building. These buildings are going to start bleeding out then.
Harvester under attack.
Yeah, all of these buildings are going to start bleeding out. Oh no, Scott. Q.
Thank you.
Q back.
I was about to say, if I had to play this in
But
the
it's
next
not
like
very
few
helpful.
hours, but back.
It's this one, yeah, Scott?
Harvester under attack.
Where is it?
This is the bugged research, the one I'm riding as a worm on.
Enemy approaching. Harvester under attack.
Whoa. Window just slammed shut.
Our base is under attack.
Never see pyro tanks used. I wonder how these will fare.
Point
Harvester under
point
attack.
dangerous. Perfect win in one shot. I guess same as a Sonic tank, Pulse tank.
Oh yeah, HQ down. Good job, guys.
6 more to go.
Harvester
Our
under
HQ
attack.
down. Wait.
Hey, whoever was trying to repair their vehicle earlier.
Enemy base located.
Yeah, I got it. I didn't know how to repair my vehicle before, but I got it now.
Can you show me how to do it, or where exactly you did it?
Oh, yeah, I go to a
Harvester under
repair
attack.
factory and you cut the doors. It's a bit jank.
My god, I hate you. It's taking forever to build.
Harvester under attack.
Holy moly.
Enemy base located.
I would have been better just spawning in a bomber and bombing it quickly.
Structure lost.
There we go. Right, has that fixed it?
No.
Wait, did you kill all your tech?
I still have one
Harvester
new
under
one
attack.
in the center of that. Yeah, it just won't get upgraded for some reason.
Our base is under attack.
And it's still stuck at 1%, yeah?
Our base is under attack. Structure lost. Our base is under attack.
Does the ultra heavy factory make sense?
Our base is under attack.
I'm gonna go troll Jacob. Could go troll him.
Approaching. Our base is under attack.
La 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 la. Ah, ah.
I don't know why this is called Interceptor. It's near.
Jacob.
Enemy approaching. Our base is under attack.
That's brilliant. Hello, Jacob. Oh, I am a worm.
Structure lost.
I am a worm indeed.
Base is under attack.
Flat trucks.
I was trying to fix Centauri's tech.
Tier 1 interceptors for flyers, they're useless.
Our base is under attack.
Yeah, they're tech bugged. They're stuck at 7.
Our base is under attack. Enemy approaching. Our base is under attack.
I think a harvester would do more damage than this pyro tank. Only advantage it seems to have
base
is
is
the
under
smaller
attack.
profile.
Right, we're gonna go say hello to Lucker as the worm, and then we're gonna get back to a standard gameage. Wait. Wait.
Our base is under attack. Our base is under attack.
Shit, the smaller shit. We have an arch to them as well.
Surely not. Oh god.
Base is under attack.
Trying to get over how much the trampler, the freaking like commando unit.
Oh, I can't drive it. I was gonna try and drive it as a worm. Damn. Never mind. Wait. Hold on. What is that emblem on the right side, just above my head? It's like the tip of a phallic object. I am first person commanding as a worm. I'm gonna send it to Drab. I'm gonna send it to Drab. Oh, it's brilliant.
Our base is under attack.
It's very glitchy though. You can see like the screen's flashing.
Under attack. Structure lost.
Right, we're gonna go say hello to Laka. I'm gonna leave these guys here because they were under a different order at the time, so we're gonna leave them behind. We gotta go miles to get to Laka actually. There is a barracks. I could use the barracks to teleport as a worm, so we'll do that.
Our base is under attack.
Worm teleportation. OP.
Enemy approaching. Enemy approaching.
Yo, I'm fed up being a worm. Right. Let's get back to our standard gameage. HQ's getting blasted.
Our base is under attack.
We've got forces west teleporting in.
Our base is under attack.
How the fuck do you get into a dreadnought? I'm not getting the prompt to pilot.
It's at the front.
Structure lost. Our base is under attack.
I fucking hate HQ sniping.
Lexi.
He's not here. Interesting. Grab the assault car. We are going to that bomb.
Oh, finally.
Our base is under attack. Our base is under attack. Harvester under attack. Harvester under attack. Our base is under attack. Our base is under attack.
Into after this game. I don't know. Yeah, to after this game.
Structure lost. Our base is under attack. Our base is under attack.
I guess it's how Soul spawns in structures.
Oh! Damn!
Ooh. A free Crimson Tonk.
Our base is under attack. Our base is under attack.
It feels bad to be so bad.
Structure lost. Our base is under attack. Structure lost.
Mine coming.
Our base is under attack. Our base is under attack. Structure lost. Harvester under attack. Our base is under attack. Enemy approaching. Harvester under attack.
Come on, tank. Move your ass.
Structure lost. Our base is under attack. Harvester under attack. Enemy approaching. Our base is under attack. Structure lost. Our base is
See, I don't know if that was enemy or not, so I took one shot. It looked like it was a scout, but it was a scout. He should have notified me a lot earlier.
structure lost. Enemy approaching. Our base is under attack.
Controlling these like anti-airs.
This crimson tank is
Enemy approaching.
walking.
Harvester under attack.
Look at the pyro tank. Look at its splendor and beauty.
They kind of should have more anti-air, sort of. But for crimson tanks were keeping this front funny for 20 minutes.
Enemy approaching.
Something at the air factory.
Right, time to take a million years to get up this hill.
What's with the resources? Are we good?
Structure locked. Harvester under attack. Our base is under attack. Structure locked.
Commander, try pop new HQ here and
Harvester under attack. Our base is under attack. Harvester under attack.
Double team this HQ.
Hey, do we have a commander actually commanding?
Yeah, we do. What are you talking about, man?
Please take
Our base is under attack.
in the southwest.
Curse,
And,
shoot the HQ
lower.
instead. Shoot the HQ. Up there.
Telling you, Rocketeer is better than the commando unit is better than the Rocketeer for destroying buildings as infantry.
Where?
Commander units are great to bail
Harvester
from the
under attack.
vehicle and kill the units. It's really fun. It's like instead of you get sniped, they get sniped. Also we need anti-air cover for the ground, that is. Couple of lock wagons will do.
All this time it takes for me to travel. Fuck, where are the anti-air gone? That'll do. Right. I am the anti-air. Hello, barrage truck.
Exit. Ah, nice.
Come on, tank. Ugh. You can make it. Oh dear. You missed.
In this view, when it seems like the other side always gets headshots.
Yeah, reload off quickly. Okay. I can't see because the sun is in my eyes. I haven't got the health to kill a HQ now. Not in like open combat. I'm gonna have to snipe it. Okay, it's titties. Jesus Christ. I was gonna absolutely blast him in the face then. He was gonna get blasted. Like proper blasted. What? I was gonna say.
Our base is under attack.
That's a dead HQ. Beep, beep, beep.
Our base is under attack.
The rail tank coming.
Our base is under attack. Our base is under attack.
You kill the HQ, Lucker, if you can see it.
Approaching. Our base is under attack. Our base is under attack. Enemy
I'm probably dead here. No, I'm not.
Structure lost. Our base is under attack. Our base is under attack. Harvester under attack.
There's a bunch of them in the south of our base.
Structure lost.
Can we stop having our HQ sniped?
Our base is under attack. Structure lost. Harvester under attack. Our base is under attack.
I'm one shot, as one shot can be.
Harvester under attack.
Some heavies. Was it like commandos?
Yeah, no, I can't
Structure
get my turret to look down that way.
One of them as well.
And commandos, but
Our
I'm saying
base is under attack.
commandos like spawn on me on the east.
Harvester under attack. Structure lost. Our base is under attack. Harvester under attack.
Fuck it. We ball.
Structure lost.
We ball.
Tank.
I'm dead. Goodbye. Oh, I jumped out as well. I keep killed CS bot. What do I do? Run him over or something? Oh, that's brilliant.
Harvester lost. Enemy approaching.
Kill all the shit up north.
What do we got? What do we got to work with?
Harvester under attack.
What do we got to work with?
Harvester under attack.
Not much.
We just killed the entire north.
And the map is really like buggered up as well for me.
They're pushing from the east so hard.
I was on the siege tank you shot, Lycan.
We clear it out. Ran myself with a hover bike.
Oh, Commander doesn't hear me. Hell. Commander south, west, HQ and 3 refineries.
Look, I just murdered Mada out in the open.
Honestly, I'd like to have some how they
Our base is under attack.
Please
south,
take this dreadnought, go south and kill those siege tanks. They seem to have no anti-air.
Yeah, they have plenty of gunships there, believe me.
Enemy approaching.
So lucky there's a rocket to you.
Oh, repair ultra heavy.
Our base is under attack.
Bye bye, ultra heavy.
It's a bit awkward.
Base is under attack.
Can't repair anything.
I come like
Structure lost.
Hi. Whoa, crimson rounds.
Oh, I can control
No building repairs. Kinda no go.
Our base is under attack.
Unlucky no tank for you, sir. My tank now.
There are 3 nodes.
Harvester under attack.
Sure, but
Wait.
we can't build new buildings over there. We have no money.
Why? I always do this. Pop somewhere in here and...
Well,
because I spent all those money on, you know, military equipment.
You mean in a minute? I mean in a next hour for us to win.
Enemy approaching.
Why don't you play commander? Because I don't
Man,
like the
there's like
commander.
Rocketeer
I always win.
Harvester under attack.
Oh.
Our base is under attack.
Oh.
Harvester lost.
Well, not me personally. I'm just assisting and team push forward. But they kinda always silent, enjoying and happy.
Harvester under attack. Our base is under attack. Enemy base located. Our base is under attack. Enemy approaching.
Check the streams. It will help you understand.
He's got a big gun.
Our base is under attack.
Who is it anyway? Boogity Crook. Boogity.
Enemy approaching. Our base is under attack. Under attack. Our base is under attack.
Did I get it? I did get it. I got it before it disappeared. Let's go.
Harvester under attack. Our base is under attack.
Open the door.
Harvester under attack. Enemy approaching. Our base is under attack. Harvester under attack. Harvester lost. Harvester lost. Enemy approaching. Our base is under attack. Our base is under attack.
Die! Die, heathen!
Our base is under attack. Enemy approaching. Structure lost.
Let me on the goddamn bike game. Someone kill that guy that's teleporting.
Harvest.
Stop, don't let them TP. Oh.
Enemy approaching. Structure lost.
Excuse dead.
Our base is under attack.
Back to mining.
Enemy approaching. Enemy approaching. Our base is under attack. Our base is under attack.
I am gonna have to call it in a minute, lads, by the way.
Lost.
I've got to go help the wife change the bed before bed. So, it is, time is getting on. It's 11:15. She wants to go to bed, so. Get mad at a little love tap.
Enemy approaching. Our base is under attack. Our base is under attack. Enemy approaching. Our base is under attack. Our base is under attack.
Oh, excuse me.
Go people, let's try to kill that HQ down south. South of their base.
Right behind you.
Structure lost. Our base is under attack.
Oh shit.
Our base is under attack. Our base is under attack. Enemy approaching.
Why are you reloading, game?
Our base is under attack.
Your backside, Madder.
I know.
Oh, it's fresh.
Our base is under attack.
Right, this game's gonna go on for like another hour, so
Harvest is under attack.
There's a gunshot.
yeah, I've got to scoot. I've got to scoot. It's time is getting on. It's 11:20, so hopefully you enjoyed today's stream, guys. I will see you again next Sunday for more Silica Sundays.
Our base is under
Yeah, this game's going to go on for another hour or more. Kind of at a standstill, so I kind of need to go. Right. Anyway, guys, have a good one. I will see you next week. Much love to you all. Peace out.
Harvester under attack.
What's the range on flag? 300?
Catch that, John.
Our base is under attack.